actually use this. It's a present for you when you get to announcements.
Okay.
You could probably use it about now.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Okay. Well, let's call to order Historic Landmarks Commission. Well, we don't really have any really big important projects to review today, so we can just keep chatting. All right. Historic Landmarks Commission, March 1st, 2023. So let's start with a roll call.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Chair Grumbine,
Present?
Vice Chair House,
Present.
Commissioner Butler,
Present.
Commissioner Dorden,
Present.
Commissioner Drury,
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Present.
Commissioner McClure,
Here.
and Commissioner Uli.
Present.
Perfect. We have quorum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, on to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that's not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion. So is there anyone in the room that wants to speak on something that's not on the agenda today? Anyone?
I would like to.
Okay. Not commissioners. You get a chance. All right.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine.
Virtual?
If anyone participating via virtual Zoom would like to speak on general public business, please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, I don't have any additional speaker slips, and we did receive written correspondence from Isabella Matarang and 2 submissions from Jackie Veraldo, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Great, thank you. All right, so we are on to item B, approval of the minutes from the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of February 1st, 2023, and February 15th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Drury, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, and also maybe to staff.
Yeah, I
first.
just wanted to let you know, staff did re-review the motion for item 5, and it does match what was summarized by Chair Grumbine, and there was no further discussion or additions after his summary. So I think it was just part of the conversation.
And remind me, there was a question as to adding something.
Yeah, there was a question if we had left something out of the motion, but it was,
It was
a
in the
comment that
discussion, but it
didn't
wasn't,
make it to the
I
motion.
didn't capture
Correct,
it, so.
correct.
I apologize for not capturing it, and it's your fault for not catching me.
Very good.
See that redirection? Okay, so other discussion regarding the minutes, especially this last meeting's minutes. Edits? Anything? All right. Commissioner Drury?
Mr. Chair, they don't need to be separate motions then for both?
There's one, it's the one motion,
Okay.
unless there was a problem, we can
Okay.
separate it out, but as long as everyone's okay. Okay, if there's no other edits, if we can have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are on to item C, approval of consent calendar of March 1st, 2023.
So moved.
All right,
Second.
Commissioner
Second.
Drury and Commissioner Uli, thank you for second, and Commissioner
Thank
Butler,
you.
almost. And then to staff.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Item A was for 1230 East De La Guerra Street. The action was for final approval with a condition regarding south elevation windows. Item B was for 800 Alvarado Place. Part A, the letter addendum to the HSSR was accepted. And Part B, the action was for project design approval and final approval as submitted. Item C was for 1120 APS. The item was continued to a date certain of March 29th, back to consent with comments. And item D was for 1014 Santa Barbara Street. The action was for project design approval and final approval as submitted. And the reviewers were Vice Chair House and Commissioner McClure.
All right. Any comments from the commissioners?
Nope.
All right,
Pretty simple.
great. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. On to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
I have a
Ms.
couple
Burkhart?
announcements. Yeah, I wanted to introduce Heidi Rydell. She's going to be the new HLC planner. I'll be moving over into development review, so we'll no longer be staffing this commission. Heidi has most recently been managing sign committee and SFDB consent projects and also staffing those meetings. And previous to that, she served as HLC secretary, as I'm sure many of you remember. So you'd be in great hands with Heidi. And I just wanted to thank you guys for this year. It's been a pleasure to work with you. It's been fun, and I've learned a lot, and so thank you. And that's
Thank
it
you.
from me.
Welcome back, Heidi.
Yep.
Welcome back. HLC is like the Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like, and you can never leave. All right,
Or is it like the Roach Motel?
little both. All right.
Mr. Chair, I have an announcement.
Surely, yes.
So at our last meeting, there was some hilarious discussion about the chair having a gavel or not. And so I looked online and found an auction for, not any gavel will work for HLC, in my opinion. It needs to be historic. So I found a gavel that was once used by George Washington during the Continental Congress. And so I was able to get it. And so I present this gavel to you as our chair in hopes that you will pass it on to the next chair when we get another chair.
Wow. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Let's see.
Wow. Are you serious about that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I wouldn't be
That's-
pushing the box toward your
Yeah.
direction if I
All
wasn't
right.
serious.
Yeah.
All right.
All
Now-
right.
Now we're serious.
Wow, amazing.
And who will you be using that on?
It depends.
Let's see what your
He does have a long arm.
see what your reach is.
That's
reach
right.
is.
You might be going one more seat over.
You should put that on this side.
That is amazing. Oh my gosh, Commissioner Lee. Well, that just took HLC for many generations up a big notch, so.
I think maybe I do want to be chair.
Yeah, now all of a sudden. Now the chair gets ousted for a gavel. Nice. Well, thank you very much. That is amazing. Wow.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
an announcement. At yesterday's city council meeting, the council approved the designation of the State Street Parkway as a landmark. And I just want my fellow commissioners to know that Nicole Hernandez did an excellent job of presenting to the council. They had very few questions. They were entirely on board. So she did a great job.
Awesome.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
A
Vice Chair
question
House.
then, did they entertain the request of Public Works to just make it the median itself? Or-
It was discussed and rejected. So what was passed was what we sent up to them.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Other announcements, et cetera? Any other announcements? Okay. All right, on to subcommittee reports. Item E. So any subcommittees meet or have something to report? In the last 2 weeks? Going once? All right. Then in that case, we are on to item 1. And we are 5 minutes ahead, which means we can do it. Everyone ready for item 1? From the item 1 team?
Welcome back.
All right. So, item 1 is the draft objective design and development standards. This is a request for specific input on administrative draft objective design and development standards. The administrative draft was prepared by Opticos Design, Inc., staff, the public, and a work group comprised of members from the Historic Landmarks Commission, Architecture Board of Review, Planning Commission, and American Institute of Architects are currently reviewing the document as well. The commission's input will be relayed to Opticos for consideration in the revised draft. All right, so welcome. You can reintroduce yourself.
I will. Chair Grumbine and members of the commission, thank you for having me back. I'm Rosie Deisty. I'm a project planner with Long Range Planning Division and the project manager of the Objective Design and Development Standards Project. So the purpose of my meeting with you today is to provide, again, a brief context and sort of reminder about this project and the background. We are asking for your feedback on some specific questions that have come up in our review of this project, and I'll cover the next steps as well. And before I get started, of course, I want to acknowledge all the work that has gone into this project to date and thank those who have been assisting with this project. So we have our work group, and two members are here today of the work group, Mr. Uli and Mr. Dorden of Historic Landmarks Commission. We also have Richard Six and David Black of Architectural Board of Review, John Bauke of the Planning Commission, and Cass Ensberg and Deddy Pikart representing American Institute of Architects. We've had public input on this project, and you received some public comment letters. I've also collected other ones that I've received over the process. And then we've had a pretty big team of staff, too, assisting with going through the document and helping us provide edits and comments. So again, I'll kind of remind again the background of this project and why we're doing it. State laws have been increasingly requiring objective design review for certain housing projects. In particular, projects that have a certain level of affordable housing can use a streamlined process for approval. And we've found that relying on our zoning standards alone would not achieve the desired building form for our city. So we believe that new standards are needed so we can address features that are important to neighborhood character and design. It's our responsibility as the city to respond to these state laws and provide the streamlined design review process and the list of application requirements, of course, for applicants, and also to provide the objective standards, which can be checklists, maps, diagrams, code, all kinds of options for those. So the focus on these objective design standards are to facilitate housing production, reinforce the neighborhood character and scale, and promote high standards of architectural design. Also, what's not listed here is really to sort of maintain and improve the pedestrian character of our city. So to achieve these goals, the design standards are being proposed as a form-based code that couples building form with architectural style. And I know the question has come up, why are we doing it as a form-based code? And I wanted to just quote something that Opticos sent us because I think they presented it really well. So they did an existing conditions study, which is posted on our webpage. And they said, through that analysis, we realized there are issues with building footprints, building scale, and organization of multiple buildings on a parcel or design site that are not being addressed by existing zoning, but are built into the discretionary review process. In addition, we found that these issues went beyond architectural style. So in order to objectify the highly desired outcomes that your boards and commissions currently achieve on a consistent basis through the discretionary review process, we recommend addressing those issues in a more user-friendly and predictable way by creating this product as a form-based code. Some of the major milestones to date have been, again, we got the grant to do this project in 2021. We did a request for proposals and selected Opticos Design as our consultant. In 2022, they produced and we published the existing conditions memo and also the admin draft objective design and development standards. And staff did a visual preferences survey for the public, and we're actually working on compiling that survey right now and putting it out in a report form that'll summarize what we heard from the public. Then this year, we are working on all the revisions to the admin draft that we got and hoping to move forward, get a revised draft, and then go through adoption hearings. So the admin draft was released in October. We did decide to release it to everyone at the same time, so it was available for the public, boards and commissions, staff, everybody at the same time in order to just get a lot of input on it in the very beginning. We've received, like I said, at least 9 or more public comment letters and the additional ones we got for your hearing. We do have, and we've been processing over 300 separate comments from work group members. In particular, Richard Six of ABR has been very active in that regard, so we're working through those. And we've had over 400 comments from staff, so it's been a lot of work on our part, reading through all those and compiling them and giving them, we plan to give them back to Opticos in a format that they can work with. And we're hoping to wrap up that process of getting all the edits back to Opticos this month, but in particular, if we have additional comments from your board, we'd like them by March 10th so that we can get them to Opticos in a timely manner. So I wanted to go over some common themes we've been hearing, and this is by no means a full list, but it's just kind of the bigger themes we've been hearing. Number one is it's a long, complex document, and where we can, reviewers would like us to simplify it as much as possible, and that's something we agree with. So we're working really hard to do that. The reviewers would really like us to use local photos, also something we agree with, and we've already assigned a staff member to help us compile and put together whole sets of photos that would show local examples. And I'll take any input or extra photos if you have any. I'd be happy to take them. We need to work to clarify how this title works and how it works with Title 30, and where's Title 30 applicable and where's this new title applicable. Because we didn't want, there's certain things in Title 30 that will still apply to projects, and we didn't want to have to repeat them twice. So that's something we're working on as staff to make all that very clear. There is a signs chapter included in this, but the intent is to review and adopt that separately. It's a whole separate process. There's a different signs committee. It's something Opticos did for us just as almost like a freebie, but we intend to take it out and work on that separately. And then the civic spaces chapter, just as staff, we're kind of thinking rather than where it is in the document and how it's presented, it could be incorporated elsewhere in the document, and maybe it needs a little work as well. So again, there's more comments than this, but these are sort of common themes. So next, what I wanted to do is go through the specific questions we had with you. I want to kind of summarize what they are and give you a few comments that we've heard, and then when it comes to your discussion and comment, we can go back to these slides. So the first one we asked you to look at is, it's in Chapter 3. It's a couple of pages of specific standards to do with transitions. So how do you deal with when a new, taller building is next to an existing 1 or 2 story building? Or what do you do when there's a new building being proposed near or adjacent to a historic resource? So that's what these chapters address. So some of the comments we've already noted is this whole section needs a purpose statement. It's not really clear what the purpose of doing these are, so we feel like it really needs to be clear. And we think all the sections, there's sort of 4 or 5 different standards, need to correspond to each other, and some of them could be simplified and maybe combined. So those are some of the things we're already thinking about, and we can discuss that further when I come back to these. The one you'll probably be interested in because of your purview would be, what do you do when you're transitioning next to a historic building or you're on the same block? Some of the comments we've already noted is we think it should be changed to parcels on the same block as a historic resource instead of just designated landmarks and structures of merit. That way it would cover the potential historic resources. We thought the front setback requirement was a little confusing, so we want to clarify that. And there's an upper story 10-foot step back being proposed, but we thought it needed further explanation. So these are the particular questions that we asked of you, and we can come back to this again after I'm done. Chapter 5 has a section on rooftop decks, and this was sort of something we asked Opticos to include. I don't think they've done this for other cities, but we know it comes up a lot in your review. So one of our comments we've noted to date are the chapter talks about an enclosed roof deck, but we think we should not allow enclosed roof decks just right off the bat. But maybe consider allowing a trellis or something like that as part of the roof deck. We wanted to look at maybe considering a consistent roof deck setback on all sides. We saw City of San Francisco has a 5-foot setback. Other cities, I think we've seen 7 feet or 10 feet. So that's something we'd like some input on. Also, we want some input on whether you'd want to consider allowing glass guardrails and windscreens. We did note your design guidelines say that glass guardrails and windscreens are not a preferred material at highly visible locations due to possible glare. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Okay, finally, the architectural design standards. This is where we're really relying on your expertise as architects to help us with the materials and proportions and things like that. What we've noted to date are, we think there's a lot of architectural terms in here that we think should be defined. We'd like some input on topics like materials. For example, Craftsman style is allowing a standing seam metal roof, and I know that's maybe not something everyone always wants, so we'd like to hear your thoughts on that. And we need to clarify, this comes up a couple times in the document, which buildings can be designed with flat roofs, because later in the document it says block scale, Main Street, and core courtyards allow flat roofs. But then they show flat roof examples for Craftsman buildings, which are only allowed to be house scale. So that's a problem we noted in this document that we need to clarify with Opticos. The other input we're looking for on this is, for starters, there's a map that says this is where these different styles are allowed, and within El Pueblo Viejo, it's limited to the Mediterranean style group. But we want to know, are there other areas of the city that should limit the styles allowed? And we received from some public comment on that we're excited to take a deeper look at and start mapping out areas of the city that, for example, maybe would allow contemporary only in certain areas of the city. We also want to know, do the standards capture the essence of each style, and is there enough design flexibility? So our next steps is to also carry this discussion item to the Architectural Board of Review, give all the comments back to Opticos, and receive a revised draft that we could feel comfortable taking forward to the Planning Commission for their recommendation, hopefully this spring. And then the normal review process, which it would need to go to Ordinance Committee and City Council. This is, again, a grant-funded project, and it does need to wrap up this year. So that's our schedule moving forward. So I'll conclude my presentation now, and we can always come back to the questions if you'd like. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so now let's go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to address this issue, you have 2 minutes. And if you're in the room, grab a speaker slip we have some already. And if you haven't already, fill out a speaker slip, and we'll get the line going here for public comment. Maybe.
If you could fill out another one, that'd be greatly appreciated.
All
Thank
right,
you.
and I think we'll have several members, so I think if we can start with.
Yes. First up, we have Rick Clausen.
I'm going to apologize right off the bat for reading.
Oh,
from
can
my,
you, oh, sorry, there we go.
I apologize right off the bat for not pushing the green button. And secondly, for marching through my written comments for fear that the chair's initial use of his gavel will be on people that exceed the 2-minute limit by much. I don't have any credentials. I'm not an architect or a planner or a draftsperson or a builder or a developer. I'm not the person who's going to have to use this new system, but I certainly hope that a wide array of those private, qualified individuals do offer comments on the draft. Without that, there's a chance that we'll be left with another review system that people will still complain about. And I have several general concerns.
The city and the public are taking a great leap of faith here that objective design standards and the scary thought of ministerial review will give us better outcomes than our current system. Where the draft proposal is nonspecific, I worry it offers an opportunity for profit-driven developers to succeed with their least expensive but ministerially acceptable projects, euphemistically labeled cost-effective. We don't need to look at Daly City's little boxes, tiny boxes, or even Redwood City for examples where inexpensive success breeds more copycat inexpensive success. We have the San Fernando Valley. I acknowledge the good efforts invested in the draft to impose acceptable standards, but I worry that sometimes the general forest will be missed for the details of the trees, that individual standards will all be met and resulting buildings will still be ugly or incompatible. I'd like to see more general planning expressed in the document to label certain areas and neighborhoods that might not have official designations and style protections, but which retain characteristics of an earlier period that anchor the fabric of our city today. And overall, I worry about the unintended consequences of a new system with apparently no trial period. Good luck to us all.
Thank you. And thank you for not making me use my gavel for the first time.
Next, we have Patricia Saley.
Good afternoon. My name's Pat Saley. First off, I appreciate the challenge that Rosie and all of you have here because design and architecture are inherently subjective, and we're trying to make them objective, and that is a tall order. But I'd like to make 4 points. I did submit something. These are additional somewhat. First, I think the city's process needs to be clarified, excuse me, in terms of who's making this call as to whether the standards are met. And there was some reference to SB 35 and 330 and limits on meetings in the fact sheet, but it really wasn't clear. And I've been a staff member. I would feel much better if you and ABR were making that call, but I don't know if the legislation, the grant, et cetera, allows that. Second, as Rosie said, the standards need to be more specific to Santa Barbara, both the illustrative photos. Case in point, when you have a moment, look at page 71, the rooftop decks. And I got to say, I cringed when I saw that picture. But the standards themselves need to also more reflect Santa Barbara in its diversity, not just EPV type of architecture. Third, as was mentioned, I really feel strongly all 3 groups should not be allowed citywide. There really needs to be some fine tuning, and many people, I think, have recommended good places, bad places. And then lastly, the standards have to be clear. I'm not an architect, but I've been a land use planner for a long time, spent my career reading plans, reading planning regulations, and it has to be crystal clear. Some sections I've found unclear and even confusing. And that is just very, very important. And it also comes back to who's making this call. Important question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Rich Unterman.
Thanks a lot. It's very interesting what you're doing, and I don't have much to say, so I can let that clock run. It's not running. Oh, there it is. Good. Okay. So a couple of things. First of all, in rooftops, in a place where there is not much sun, a rooftop's a great place to get it. When you get old, an elevator is a great way to get there, and an elevator requires a little building on the top. And I think somehow that ought to be possible. So that's one thing. I don't know what solar effects happen here. Nobody likes them. We all like the tiles I've got in my mind. But if you're careful with the way you design, You can design them so they're in the south or west, and so they're not visible. It is possible. It takes extra work. And lastly, the greatest way to deal with integration of buildings place by place is also a great way to deal with the climate change issue that we're forced with, and that is trees. Plant trees, plant big trees, hide the buildings. Okay, that's all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I do not have any more speaker slips. Turning to virtual, if anyone joining virtually on Zoom would like to speak, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands. We did receive some written correspondence from Rick Clausen, Pat Saley, Fred Sweeney, and the American Institute of Architects. Back to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so to the commission. Now, this is just a 300-plus page document, so which we're gonna cover it in 20 minutes. Recognizing the the extremeness of this task, I think it'll probably be best if we maybe bring up other issues that we haven't seen brought up within, and then we can start walking through all the ones that have been brought up already, that are especially on Rosie's list here, and so that then we can talk about them individually as we go, because I think otherwise it's just going to be pure chaos. So.
How about that gavel?
Even with the gavel, even with the gavel. Summoning the power of George Washington Smith. Okay, so let's do that. So why don't we start with, we can start with questions. Maybe we'll, I think we're going to have questions all the way along the way. So let's just we'll go back and forth with questions and discussion, but we'll just try to move through steadily. So let's start with, does anyone want to raise issues that are we're not going to see on these slides that we'll have a chance to talk about?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
I just have a sort of a general question. How does this objective design standard and all the work that's gone into it, how does it fit in with these ABR and the Historic Landmarks Commission? I mean, does that increase our massive power, or does it whittle away at it?
So, Chair Grumbine and Commissioner Drury, and I think that's probably speaks back to that question, is who's going to be reviewing these projects? So per our city charter, and we've had advice from our city attorney on this, the projects would still come to your boards and commissions for final approval. We are limited in the number of hearings. We'll probably need to create new findings for these projects, and we'll have a new process that'll be laid out in the zoning ordinance. But there still is that final check through your boards and commissions.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to build on that, because I'm concerned about this as well. And I encourage fellow commissioners to literally sit down and read SB 330 and SB 35. And my take is that it will come to us, but we will not have the typical discussion where we talk about the profile of rafters or the fenestration pattern. It will come to us to certify compliance with the objective design standards. We are not going to discuss the design. We're going to say, yes, this complies, or no, this doesn't comply, and that's it. So,
And actually, as an additional question with that, so once these are, once we have objective design standards passed in one way or another, how easily are they changeable, additional, tweakable, especially as we're seeing, regular problems come up and we're like, oh, that setback should have been this, not that.
Yeah, Chair Grumbine, I think that's a great question, and we've sort of talked a little about this internally. I think there will be sort of a trial period. You're right. It's a big document. It's a new process. We believe they will be changeable. We'll kind of see how it goes. And I think we will have opportunities to change the standards. Like if you said, oh, that setback isn't quite right, or that building needs another material allowed, or as we go along, we'll see what's missing. And I think we can amend them. It just will have to go through the normal amendment process like a zoning ordinance amendment.
Okay. So then it's in the years normally, or year, in terms of how, so say, for example, in the first 6 months or year of this happening, we see a regular issue, and then we've seen it multiple times, we want to address it, so then we put it forward potentially, and maybe we have a handful of them. That amendment process, what is that? What are you ballparking? It's like 3, 6 months, a year?
Chair Grumbine, I think it may be a good idea, we were talking about this for the way Santa Barbara County does zoning ordinance amendments. Sometimes they gather up, like over the year, we need to do these 5 amendments. Do them all at once as like a cleanup package. Do it on a regular basis, maybe once a year. Oh, there's 5 other things we need to clean up this year. Usually the whole process takes 3 to 6 months to kind of get through all the staff reports and hearings.
And Mr. Chair, if I may add to that, just to think about, there are some things that are just going to be more difficult politically if there are big changes, but small changes, you know, as Rosie was mentioning, or Ms. Dicey, about just kind of cleanup issues, those tend to move through probably a little bit faster, but there could be more significant changes that that would take a little bit longer or warrant more discussion or input.
All right.
A question for people who might have more experience with this. Since this is a brand-new approach, would it be possible in the initial authorization to say, in 3 years, there'll be a review to catch up, or is that just creating a problem?
Yes, Commissioner Jordan, I would say that, you know, one thing is we don't know how many projects, there's lots of unknowns. We don't know who's going to be the first guinea pig project and how is that going to play out and what does that look like. And I think that we would probably want some more oversight, and maybe there are some small things that we wouldn't necessarily want to say, well, wait 3 years. But I do think it should be understood that this is is an experiment. There are many cities across California that are all trying to figure this out at the same time. And so I would suspect that there is going to be more oversight and maybe some assumptions that there could be little changes here and there to make things work for this context.
And it might be that we go a whole 3 years and don't see a single project that qualifies as this.
Sure.
Yeah, yes. Commissioner Ensberg and then
Thank you.
Commissioner
Thank you,
Landvik.
Chair Grumbine. We created this document. Yes. This is Objective Design Standards for Streamlined Housing Projects. And this was the first one which was adopted May 11th, 2021, in the Spanish style, right? And just kind of going back in history as a little reminder, this is when SB 35 first came out, right? And then we hustled and created this document to sort of cover ourselves in case anything came in. So my question is, what's the status of this document, and are we covered with this document? And has anyone come in and used this?
Members of the commission, so that document, you're right, it was created specifically in response to Senate Bill 35. Nobody has submitted an application for a Senate Bill 35 project to date, but with the caveat that projects to qualify have to have 50% affordable units, so that's probably a big reason why they haven't. We asked our consultant Opticos to take the main points that were in that document and absorb them basically into this new Title 25. So if you look at the architectural style chapter in particular, and the Mediterranean style and Italian Mediterranean style, or sorry, Spanish Revival and Italian Mediterranean aspects that were specific to that style from that document you were just holding up have been folded in to the new Objective Design and Development Standards, and once those are adopted, they would take the place of those Senate Bill 35 adopted standards. I will add that I have heard the state is, Senate Bill 35 has a sunset date, but the state is considering submitting a new bill this year that would extend it maybe permanently, but that remains to be seen.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question is, my understanding was that when we, created this, we were concerned because now this was a blanket over the whole city. That if anything came in, this would be this would apply. We would have objective streamlined standards as is required, but it would apply to the whole city. And then we were concerned because we didn't, we thought that we have these other styles that are very predominant and important in the city, so we wanted to have the opportunity for there to be streamlined standards for other styles beyond this one. So is that correct?
Members of the commission, yes, that's correct. So when we got the grant money and we had the funding for Opticos to do this expanded product, there was enough funding to create the 3 style groups that are included in this. So it goes beyond the Mediterranean style group to also have the craftsman and the contemporary. We don't have enough funding to include more styles. I know has been some interest in other styles to be included, at least at this time. It could be a future effort. So that's what we landed on. And just to clarify, the Senate Bill 35 and the new standards are not blanket over the whole city because there's still the single unit neighborhoods where these will not apply. So it's just areas with 2 or more units.
Right. Oh, and then one last question. Did this document ever create a checklist? Do we have an example of, this checklist idea?
Yes, members of the commission, there's coupled with that document is an application form on our city's website, and it takes the standards that are in there and has them in a checklist format.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lenvik.
Thank you. 2 points. I read recently where SB 35 has, throughout the state, has only generated about, a dozen applications, and to be processed. I mean, if you look at that, it's an abject failure. So I'm not sure how much we should worry about SB 35, but that's one point. One question I have for you, and I read this document some time ago and I've tried to refresh my memory, but how does it deal with a project that is adjacent to a landmark, a 1-story small adobe building that now has a parcel adjacent to it, which the applicant wants to pursue a residential construction? And I don't know if that's been addressed. I mean, the setbacks should be different, the height should be different, I mean, there should be a whole series of things.
Yes, so members of the commission, that specific scenario is addressed in Chapter 3, it's Section 2503070, so it's those additional height and massing
Is there
requirements.
a page number in that?
Let's see, we start on page 47 to page 49. And it talks about an upper story step back is one thing we were talking about earlier. There's some standards about your front facade and the way your building can be sort of, it's a little hard to explain because there's several different scenarios here, but it does include situations where you're next to a landmark building. There's also one where you would match the ground floor expression line between the 2 buildings. And again, we've noted some issues with this where we need to really clarify a few things. So I don't want to go into too much detail until we get those clarifications, but there are, that is taken into consideration here.
But aren't those only general comments? You got to respect it, there's nothing that says that your building adjacent to a 1-story adobe has to be 1 story.
Members of the commission, yes, that's correct, because we do have heights in our zoning ordinance, and this is consistent with that, where if the zone allows 30, 45 feet, 48 feet, they're allowed to have that.
Of course, this is still a question or whatever. Currently, we have an effective subjective review process in that the concerned neighbors, concerned community come out and almost demand that greater respect be paid to that historic structure. in this document, there is no ability of the neighborhood, the neighbors, concerned citizens about a historic structure getting involved in the process. Is that correct?
Members of the commission, that is correct. There's sort of a point where if a house or a project with housing meets all the standards and there's no public health or safety concerns, it can't be denied. And if it meets the zoning standards, it can't reject it, or
So-
the objective
And
standards.
just for a point of clarity on that as well, the standards are saying that you basically have to, right, as currently there are, you have to step down one story from, so if you're a 4-story and you're next to a 1-story, landmark, you have to step down a certain portion of the building towards the landmark by 1 floor, basically, and some sort of setback in terms of your building, sort of shifting away from that historic structure. Is that a
Yeah,
good summary?
that's a good summary. Yeah, where we could, we tried to make what is normally a subjective process that occurs over maybe multiple meetings and input from the neighbors, and come up with a fair, objective process, so at least there's some consideration for the adjoining building. So it was, again, it's all sort of summarized in those couple of pages.
And so, and maybe, because we have got a lot to get through, for commissioners, as you look through that section again, if you have any other ideas that are objective ways of doing that, it's getting a similar thing, which is what we want, in terms of sort of respecting and being sensitive to historic landmarks, please bring them up as possibilities.
And also for the commission, I think I want to highlight that if a project wants something different or doesn't meet these standards, they still go through the normal process. So
This is only for housing.
it's
that
only
meet this certain-
housing or mixed use
That-
that meets these standards. And there's probably many situations where someone might want something different, and they will go through your normal process.
Chair Grumbine?
Okay, yep. Commissioner Ansberg.
One other question is, if the state is demanding that, and I'll just put this in the most simplistic way, if the state is demanding to have allow the maximum amount of housing, then how is it that any of this can apply? If we're saying, no, you can't, you have to bring it down 1 story, and they're losing so many units out of that as a result, how are we even covered with something like this?
So members of the commission, if you look at the building types that are allowed and the way it works on the lot, and as far as we can tell, you can get the same amount of units that you would with zoning. Like, we're still going to be able to meet our zoning number of units that we anticipate on a lot. So I don't think these standards will reduce the number of units, and that's what's important to the state.
And they won't be challenging us in terms of regulating or saying that a building has to be a lower height? You don't think?
No, I don't think so. In fact, we're comparing how the number of units you could potentially achieve with this product versus Title 30, and there's some instances where you may be able to achieve more units than you could under current zoning now on a given site, because they have a lot of standards for pretty small parcels. And you might be able to get a 4-plex on a site where right now you would only get a duplex.
All right, Commissioner Jordan. and then-
Mr. Chair, just a very quick couple of comments. One is in response to Commissioner Ensberg. The legislation talks about percentages. So it's a certain percentage of the units on the site have to be for various things. The other thing is that SB 330, speaking quite personally, I anticipate there will be a number of test cases that wind up in court. The La Cumbre Plaza development is an SB 330 project, and there are some discrepancies between what they're proposing and some ways of reading 330. So one of the challenges for everybody here is that 330 is going to have to be worked out, I think, in court to resolve just some of these questions. It's a real mess.
So we can just say 1 story for everything and then just wait till it goes to court. Okay, so let's move on. Unless there's any other questions that are outside of what some of the other things that are going to be brought up here, if we can go forward. You do, okay, so let's go with discussion item, yeah, okay, here we go. Let's get to our questions and start talking through them. All right, heightened mass,
Sorry.
heightened massing transition, okay, so block scale next to house scale. So, and 3+ stories adjacent to 1 and 2-story buildings. So, you want to give a quick little summary of that? And then we'll have
Yeah, and I'll
discussion?
move forward to the questions I think that are here. So we're wondering, and, you know, we do have limited time, and I'm not sure how much you've been able to read of these, but are there other situations where there's a transition that you think need to be considered? Do you think what's in here goes far enough, or do you think the result could be achieved another way, were our specific questions?
Any
Mr. Chair.
thoughts? Yes, Commissioner Early.
Ms. Dicey, if you could back up one slide. This particular exhibit is suggesting that a new building somewhat align with the horizontal elements of the existing building. I don't agree with that. I think the outcome would be that the landmark is diminished. If you're trying to get the new building to somewhat mimic the horizontality of it, in my opinion, the landmark loses significance. I wouldn't support this suggestion.
All right, other thoughts on that? Commissioner Lenvik?
Yeah, I disagree.
That's why there's 9 of us.
It's true. I have seen,
Use the gavel.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen in other situations, and I hate to keep bringing up Europe, whatever, this, that, and the other thing, but in particular in Oslo, which I've been to numerous times, new buildings are right against an older building. And the beauty of it is you can walk by and really not tell the difference because they have the coursing and the window spacing and those kind of things. And the new building respects almost totally what is happening in the much older historic building. And it's really a beautiful thing to see when that occurs.
But that's my point.
Yeah, I think he said the same thing.
So your argument is then it blends too much to the existing historic.
Well,
I'll jump in on it because we're having just discussion. So I could see both of those points. However, when I look at it that becomes easier to work through and define when you have subjective or when you just have a design review discussion about it. You can tweak it a little bit and you can do those subtleties. I do agree with Commissioner Lenvik in that in general, having it, if the new building is going to be almost always bigger than the historic building, so it's almost naturally going to dwarf it in some way, shape, or form. And when you're walking alongside of it, if you drop that lowest level to try to make up for it or in some way and make it diminutive or allow it to be taller, then either way it's going to either feel funny along the street because most of the commercial State Street is 10, 11, 12-foot ceilings. And so there is at least somewhat consistency as State Street as an example, but at least somewhat of a consistency of that feel. So I'm torn a little bit, but the fact that we're reviewing it as part of an objective design standard, which I simplify as basically like how to make rules so we don't have terrible architecture. I mean, that's we're not aiming for A+, we're just aiming for at least meets the standard of Santa Barbara. That's the difficulty I see. So anyways, other thoughts?
well, I would just finish my thought. I agree with Mr. Uli in that when you have an existing building and you're adding on to it or whatever, an existing historic building and you're adding on to it, you want to be able to differentiate very clearly what is the historic building and what is the addition. I understand that, and I agree. In this situation, it's respect for the adjoining building, historic building, as opposed to mimicking it. It's respecting it, and you respect it by, you say the first floor line, the head heights or whatever. That's the difference, in my opinion.
Commissioner Ensberg, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
And that's really at the block scale, because that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So that comment basically is illustrated in the drawings that are around the room.
Commissioner
And
Ensberg?
I guess what came up for me is it gets to the style too, because here we have all these options for which style you want to pick. And then what is the style of that historic building? And then what is the style you're proposing for the adjacent building? So what would you do?
Yeah, and sort of playing it out, because part of this is also playing out, although, so the historic building transitions, they're not going to come to us if they're just next to an adjacent lot, right? They're going to be going to ABR or wherever, I'm assuming.
Chair Grumman, well, it depends on where the building's located, because it could come to you.
Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, outside of EPV.
Outside of EPV,
Outside
it
of
may
EPV,
not. Yeah.
Okay, so. Yeah. Commissioner
Any
Lundvik.
historic structure that's outside EPV that has a building coming, proposed adjoining it, adjacent to it, whatever, I think, doesn't that come to us?
Chair Grumbine, through you to the rest of the commission, no, that would go to ABR. If there's no historic resource or anything on the inventory, if it's not in a historic district like EPV, then, and it's proposed multi-unit or commercial mixed use, then it goes to ABR.
I understand that, but if it's adjoining a
Adjacent.
landmark.
If it's
to a land-
adjacent to a landmark, no. But what happens is, in 2021, the council approved the historic resource ordinance. So generally, when a project, it has to go to ABR for design review, and it's adjacent to a historic resource, they have to look at the design guide, the historic resource design guidelines, which talk about new construction. And so they're kind of looking through that, through the lens, and having to make, they have to look at making project compatibility analysis through that lens with the adjacent resource.
Basically respecting the historic.
You're correct.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so Commissioner Ensberg, were you saying anything else? Or you already? Okay, so.
No,
so let's-
I did have one thing on the diagram that I think is just before this one. You probably, I bet Richard Six probably picked up on this, but the F, did you catch that where the?
Correct, yes, that's one of the typos.
Okay, yes,
Yeah.
I'm sure he picked up on that.
You have to center E on F, so
Yeah.
it runs right into a window.
Thank-
Good point. So if we can go back a slide and just, if everyone can imagine, those buildings separate now, it's one thing if they're on State Street, but also if they're separate. So if you've got De La Vina or something where you have a bunch of Victorian houses all in a row, and you have a certain level height of like 12 foot, to the next floor, or 11-foot ceilings or so, I think this is arguing for making your first floor match all those, even though they're separate and even though they're spaced, making it just so that there's the character of the street. So with all that discussion, is there, what are people feeling? Are they feeling like that this is a good direction to go in to at least have that alignment on the first floor, or are they feeling like it should be different? And this is all over the city, so, and we could make a discrepancy and say on State Street, we want things to line up and everywhere else we don't, or we can say, everywhere else we want, at State Street we want everything to line up, but then, whatever, vice versa or whatever. Any thoughts or feelings on that? Because I would like to give at least a indication of where we are on these.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I
Vice
think
Chancellor.
it depends somewhat on whether the buildings are smack right next to each other or there's a distance between them. The more distance between them, the less it is important that they line up exactly.
So do we want to, Commissioner
Maybe
Early?
a specific setback or something that just eases the requirement, I don't know.
Basically, they have to align if there are certain closeness together versus.
Yeah, like in the illustration, now, if those buildings were further apart, you wouldn't necessarily notice as much that the window heads are different.
Any other?
I would say probably on State Street, it makes a lot of sense. Because
align?
Because they're all kind of in the same box, if you will. But it would seem troublesome, I think, if you applied this across the entire city, because you might have one building type next to another building type, and that architecture doesn't work. You can't force the proportions to fit this, crazy notion. So I would say State Street, it would be consistent, and other areas of the city would follow whatever the architecture is dictating.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's a solution to this. I mean, downtown State Street, it makes sense, especially adjacency, that issue that Steve brings up. But as your example of De La Vina, and I live near De La Vina, I cannot imagine the requirement of the entrance story to a fully residential single dwelling or house, or even a 2 or 4 unit, trying to have to forcibly align itself with another building that's 20, 30, 40 feet away, and away from, the setback too. So I think it would be more useful and probably easier to follow if we specifically said this should apply on a more limited basis.
Maybe we do it as State Street and attached buildings, or, buildings that have it, or that are attached to each other, because I do think that as soon as you separate it, like a driveway, you're spatial. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of nods, so let's go in that direction with that. One down, yay. Okay, let's go to the next.
Check your watch.
Yeah, exactly. How much time do we have for this item, actually?
Time is up.
Yeah, okay. We'll keep charging. Okay.
And, Mr. Chair, can I just say, you could think about this and get
Yeah.
the comments back to me individually. If we could do it by March 10th, that would be great.
Okay, sounds good.
If you feel like
We can just
we're cutting
have
it
some,
off too
yeah, we
soon.
can have some comments. If we don't have an obvious direction, we'll just keep moving, and then we can send our own thoughts.
Do you want to do rooftop decks next?
Sure.
Real quick?
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. So what is, so rooftop decks, do standards address most rooftop deck issues? Do the standards of the setback, and what's the setback that we're calling out in them?
I think it's 5 feet.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, the setback right now is 15 feet from the front, 10 feet from interior side or secondary if you're on a corner, 10 feet rear is what they're proposing right now. We were wondering, maybe just make it consistent all around.
This is at the roof level.
This is a rooftop deck, correct? But I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Thoughts on setbacks? And let's talk about front versus side yard, because I think or front, side, and rear yard. I do think that there might be a difference from especially a lot of the public view questions of seeing it from the front yard, or if there's multiple, if there's a corner. That seemed to be a lot of the concerns, was like seeing a lot of clutter up there or things in the way. And it may be that having that front yard setback, or from the front street frontage, might be more useful to keep the clutter. What do you all think? Clutter down, I should say.
Well, I suppose I'm still trying to get my head around it. If it's the property setback line, then the roof deck is on whatever the plane of that wall is, right? Is this proposed setback from the building line to the deck? Or is it from the property line to the deck? What is the proposed setback strategy?
Members of the commission, I believe it's from the building line, yeah.
From the face, basically face
From
of
the-
the wall of the building.
So the front would be 15, the side would be whatever it is, or
10 and
yeah, whatever you're
10,
proposing.
yeah.
I don't have an issue with that. What I have an issue with is if it's, how is it covered and how is it railed? I would say in Historic District, no glass rails or glaring windscreens. It should be traditional materials for a traditional building. And the setback, I think, is more dictated by partly the architecture and how that roof works out and the views you're trying to capture, but it should not be on the plane of the exterior wall plane of the building, primary plane of the building.
Commissioner Lenvik?
The standard says that these setbacks are only appropriate, only required if across the street from R1 and R2 zone. So if you're in a commercial zone or across the street from commercial, then you have no problem with that, right? With any setbacks.
Members of the commission, actually, that's one of our comments we were going to provide to the consultant. We think the setbacks should be, the zone should be taken out of it. Like
Okay.
it should be for any.
I would ag-
Yeah,
I would- I
sorry, I
would
didn't
agree.
mention that.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Okay. The other question I have for you is, only one rooftop deck on each building is allowed to be enclosed. Are we enclosing any of them? Can you enclose any of them?
Members of the commission, we, that's our comment back to the consultant, and we don't think they should be enclosed.
No, I
So
would
we're-
agree.
We plan to take that out.
There's a question of the building code identifying what a story is. And if you had an enclosed up there, you'd have a story. Okay, so I agree that's out, yeah, okay.
All right. Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, Chair Grumbine. How does everyone feel about, to me, we're talking about housing. This relates to open yard typically. So I don't really understand why any of this, a pergola, a trellis, or a permanent shade device is a structure. So I would think that that would be not included here, and that if they wanted something like that, they would have to go through another process. That's my thought. And that I don't know why fabric awnings or shade devices like, I'm assuming an umbrella, would not be allowed. I would think that those should be allowed because they're accessories, they're furniture. And that those should be allowed, but that, as I just said, the pergola, trellis, or a structure should not be allowed.
So thoughts on, or to staff?
Yeah, members of the commission, well, that's actually good input, and that's the kind of input we can provide back to the consultant. We were initially thinking of allowing a trellis as long as there were trellis standards to be followed, which I think there are in a different place in the document. But if you don't want to allow the trellis with the roof deck, that's another option.
Well, my thought on that, thank you, is that, we're trying to make this streamlined, and we don't need to bend over backwards to allow for any kind of thing that, to me, it seems like if you want a trellis, then go through another process to get that. But we're trying to make this is the document, right? We're trying to make this streamlined for the purpose of creating housing. And we want to make it be so that it's going to fit nicely within our community. So I would just, anything like that, that's sort of a freebie extra, being a really nice guy, I would just take out and just include only the things that are very pertinent to that goal.
Because we're not nice people. Yeah. All right. So let's tackle the trellis first. Is everyone in agreement with that general consensus? If they want a trellis, they can come through a design review process. They seem to be sort of controversial and up there and visually, seeable. So it makes for.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I do too.
All right. And then is everyone also agreeing that if they want to go to glass guardrails and windscreens, I think a similar thing can happen if they can show us that they can design it well and you won't see it, then there is one project I'm thinking of in particular that recently we saw, and they might be able to set it back 3 feet from the parapet wall and
At the corner of Carrillo and
and just
Anacapa.
prove that they can't see it from anywhere. That might, and if we can't see it from anywhere on the ground, then that might be but that's a design, they can come to us for design review.
I suppose if
Chair.
we can't see it from the ground, why do we care?
There we go.
Also, wouldn't that be an element that would be more applicable to one of the styles, like contemporary? So we would say if you're designing one in this style, of the contemporary style, then you would be allowed to potentially have that. But if you're these other styles, like Craftsman or Victorian, then you would not be allowed to have that. So that we're following within our little
The language
guardrails,
of the-
our guardrails of these different styles.
Yep. So, and I think that for those projects that we would be reviewing, although we're giving comments on the generalities as well. But the projects we were reviewing would, really fall into into either the Mediterranean, the Spanish or the Mediterranean, and then as well the craftsman. And so, okay, any other thoughts, or is everyone?
Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Vice Chair House.
First of all, I would say that I think that a setback on a primary front yard and a secondary front yard should be the same, because they're similarly perceived from the street, whether it's the main street or the side street. But also, I was thinking in terms of setback, instead of a number of feet from the building wall, it should be like the solar access ordinance. You go up and then in at a certain angle. And the lower the building is, maybe the shallower that angle is. A taller building, it could be a steeper angle. So it's a box that any improvements have to be kept within. And I think specifically we should exclude stair and elevator penthouses, as long as they're the minimal size that is required.
And this, I'm trying to rush along here. So I think that's probably makes sense for everyone else as well. The stair, we're assuming that stair and elevator has to get up to there. So aside from that, okay, let's move on and let's see if we can.
And also, what about the fabric awnings and shade devices allowed, because they're furniture?
As long as we
Accessories.
put a maximum height on it, thinking of the El Prado that had these huge umbrella structures that I had to deny at consent.
Yeah, and maybe just limiting it to furniture. And furniture, where it's
not
we're
striped.
usually not reviewing, except for stripe. All right. Unless it's Cassis or Commissioner Ansberg. All right. Aside from EPV, are there other areas of the city that we should limit styles allowed? I wanted to actually kick off this conversation quickly with a little note so that I asked for, because we had a discussion, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, where we had our council give us sort of what we're allowed to purview and not purview. And on it, at the very end, we had the discussion about style a little bit. It dipped into it. Commissioner Mahan brought this up, and we went back to it, and we talked about it more. And in it, it says that for the ABR, not for HLC. HLC is pretty easily and well defined. Charter Section 814 that we are is to approve or disapprove aesthetic appropriateness. And then the next bullet point was guided by the goal to protect natural beauty and historical style of the city's past. And when I look at that, that was Charter Section 814. And then there's a few other notes as well. When I look at that, I think that when it comes to this objective design standards, why are we even having contemporary as part of our styles? Even for ABR. That could be a thing on design review, that you can go that way if you want to do it. And I know that it's the hardest style to get to feel like it's Santa Barbara. When you take a snapshot of of a contemporary building, there are some here that you can say, oh yeah, that's probably Santa Barbara, but it's very difficult to do. And if we're trying to do objective design, streamlined standards, I think we should just it may be useful for ABR's review of it later, but just as part of their design review. So that section, I think, can still be helpful, but not as part of the streamlined process. So I'd make that argument in terms of, for the whole city, that I think the other ones, the industrial can work and is part of our historic fabric, especially in Funk Zone and things like that. So if that's a streamlined thing for certain areas, then that can be designated as those areas that it makes sense to have the industrial, which there's plenty of those areas throughout the city. And they're probably going to be part of the a lot of the next waves of development. So what do you all think about that grenade?
I was going to suggest if you go out to your car and it clicks a little bit, I would jump out. Just,
Or what's in this box?
There's a false bottom in that box.
Almost heresy to contemporary architects who practice that way their whole career. But I would say that would be consistent within the EPV. That's what I would expect in EPV. The rest of the city, I think we should explore the creativity and solutions that architects bring in various ways and forms and shapes and colors and et cetera. So I don't know that I would necessarily support taking that particular style out of the subjective design guidelines. I would be more in favor of adding a few that are missing than removing the 3 that are in there now.
Chair Grumbine?
Commissioner Ensser.
When we think of the big picture of this whole idea, we're trying to create a sort of free pass for people, sort of a, streamlined, get right through. And our problem, one of them is that, with the design review, we are able to represent the public and what their concerns are. This doesn't allow us to do that. So I think it's important that, I appreciate what you've said, because I think that we can be pretty sure that we aren't going to get pushback on these styles that are common. But when you have, like, I always use the IMP pyramid at the Louvre, that's just an incredible thing, but it requires a lot of review. So I think that I think that's a wise way to go, and I would support that. I very much appreciate contemporary architecture, but as you say, there's just so many things to consider about it that it seems like if we're trying to create this simplified document that gives quick through, then we have to compromise and say, if you use these styles, then you can get there. But
Or
if
a
you're doing-
trellis.
Or
On the roof.
stripes, yes. Then I agree, if I'm making myself clear.
I understand you're no longer a member of the AIA. Is that true?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
in defense of Ms. Ensberg, no, so we have these neighborhood styles. There's the Bungalow Haven. There's some other sort of separate, maybe unequal parts of the city that I think need to be protected. I think there should be more of those. And how do these 3 designs that are proposed, would they fit in? I mean, would they be acceptable?
Chair Grumbine and members of the commission, so that's part of this process we're trying to go through. It is, should the bungalow district be limited and say only craftsmen there? And I think the Spanish colonial is probably appropriate as well. So that's actually what we're asking for right now. If you think that's the case,
I would
then
say yes.
let us know.
Yeah, I would say yes.
And I think that there has been a lot of really good public comment on identifying certain areas where it makes sense. So I think a good map that kind of says, in this area, these ones make sense, in this area, these ones make sense, and sort of that mix and match. Commissioner Butler?
As my water polo coach would say, good thinking, stay in the pool. Because the one question I really did have was when, in Chapter 8, when I went through the 3 categories, and I thought contemporary, and what does that mean exactly? And then why were not more included? And you mentioned there was a funding issue, so that kind of forced that, which is, I get that. Then finally adding to that the construction industry, the home building industry is changing radically. New materials, new styles, new et cetera. Who knows? The next Mediterranean style might come out as a contemporary because of the construction materials or something. Anyway, I would advise not limiting ourselves, not reducing the option to have it. I think the point is a good point. I won't disagree with that.
Mr. Chair, very quickly, I would agree with that. And I think that styles can be defined in terms of formal language, in terms of color palettes, in terms of materiality. I also think that the next iteration or final iteration, what we will be focused on is the zone map and not the code itself. That all of this is leading to how important that zone map will be.
Go ahead. I'll just tie one more thing to that, because I think that in terms of response, I think that may solve the vast majority of it. And I would argue that contemporary, if you were to allow it, it would be like in very specific areas like the funk zone, industrial, and other things where it isn't as jarring as in a craftsman neighborhood or in with on a street that is full of a bunch of, fairly historic or fairly regular, and then having that pop as a, because the other thing is, you might be able to do a really nice contemporary that actually works with that, but that would be typically be a design review process that would actually get it to be really compatible and work well, whereas we don't have that luxury. So, all right, any other final comments?
Yeah, I think with regard to either craftsman style or bungalow style or whatever, I think that a neighborhood should be protected in that manner. My problem with this document now is that the examples shown are not good examples of craftsman or bungalow or whatever. I mean, they're horrible examples, as a matter of fact. And and it's disappointing when there are so many good examples in town that you could be photographing and inserting in here. We got to be careful about this. Otherwise, we're going to get somebody coming and say, hey, well, Texture 111 plywood siding is all okay because it's
Ugly on page 47.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
if I may, and to Commissioner Lundvik's point, staff feel the same way, that there are some really glaring ones like, oh gosh, please, let's not use that. We gotta get a new photo. So I know that this team would be very thankful if you have specific addresses, because we can send a really good photographer out and get some good photos, and could really use your input if there are good examples.
All right.
I know. Well,
okay.
I'm going to start, so I will be harassing you, Commissioner Lundvik, and for addresses. Thank you.
All right, great. Okay, and I guess let's keep moving now. I think we've given some good feedback for that. And let's just go to is there any other design flexibility? Yeah, I think that design flexibility we've kind of covered a bit. One thing I just want to bring up and tag on to that is the duplex, and I think in the photograph study, it's going to be hard. I have hard time trying to find in my mind just duplexes, triplexes, and having that like multiple San Francisco look. I know there was one that was sloped, so it was obviously San Francisco, but that type might be a troublesome type. And we might have a different Santa Barbara type that still achieves the same thing, but it's not going to be the number of plexes in a row. So. Anyways,
Yeah,
just
Chair
a note.
Grumbine, we agree with you. Looking at the building types as well, we have some concerns and comments we're going to discuss with Opticos. And that
Okay.
San Francisco example is one of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Any other slides here that we need to address before we move on?
I think we got to the end of the specific questions we had for you, and I apologize that this has been such a quick discussion. I know there's a lot to think about, and your schedule is just very heavy, and it's hard to get it all in and get all this back to our consultant, but I really appreciate the input.
Mm-hmm. And keep giving input, commissioners, and individually as you think of it, too.
March 10th is our input cutoff time?
Correct.
Right.
Thank
All
you.
right. Great. And I also wanted to thank especially members of the public who've done an amazing job getting a lot of information.
Yes.
And thank you very much, because it makes a big difference. So, all right. Thank you for all your work. All right. So we'll close item 1 and on to item 2. And we are 35 minutes behind. We'll see where this goes. All right. So this is 20 East De La Guerra Street, De La Guerra Plaza. So listed on the city's historic resources inventory and located in the EPV, the De La Guerra Plaza Revitalization Project proposes to raise the entire plaza as well as De La Guerra Street between Anacapa Street and State Street to be level with existing sidewalk and install new landscaping, water feature, restrooms, pavilions, stage, art nodes, lighting, and trash and recycling. The 2011 Historic Structures Report accepted by HLC found that De La Guerra Plaza is eligible for designation as a City of Santa Barbara landmark, listing in the California Register of Historical Resources and the National Register of Historic Places. Surrounding De La Guerra Plaza are the City Hall and California Pepper Tree, the News Press Building, Casa de la Guerra, and El Paseo, all designated city landmarks, and the La Placita Building, aka McKay Bothan Building, that is a designated structure of merit. So no final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. The project was last reviewed on April 2nd, 2022. And welcome. After introduction, we'll go through the minutes for that last meeting. And then we can go and you guys can present from there. And you'll have 15 minutes to present. So welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon. I'm Brad Hess. I'm the Principal Project Manager for the City of Santa Barbara. And with me I have Leif Mackay and Elijah Pierce from RRM Design. And unfortunately, Tim Hazeltine was expected to be here, but he got exposed to COVID. So he can't be here. In lieu of that, though, we did ask him to put together a memo that we got today. I have uploaded it, but I'm sure none of you have had a chance to see it yet. We'll just be referring to it in a little bit.
All right.
So,
So we'll go through the discussion, and then we'll also, Vice Chair House and I will kind of give a little quick summary of what we've been, our assessment of things, what we've been doing as well, because it was part of the subcommittee or subgroup to.
Subcommittee.
Yeah, subcommittee. Yeah, we're below a subcommittee to work with them on it. Okay, so commission comments. While some commissioners mourn the loss of the turf, there is a fairly consistent consensus that the commissioners are okay with leaving the turf behind and for the project to go forward towards a more hardscape design which is appropriate for Spanish-style plazas and for long-term maintenance of the plaza. The next comment was the commissioners are concerned with the potential heat effect and materials and recognize that the applicant shall continue to explore solutions and their costs, with longevity being the key. The commission looks forward to seeing more materials in the development of the project design based on the hardscape design. The commission has positive comments regarding the current palette and it's going in the right direction, with the understanding that the color will come with some of the elements and it does not have to be an extremely colorful hardscape pattern. Next, the commission appreciates the pushing of the arcade pavilion back and aligning it more with City Hall and other buildings in the plaza. One comment was to look at pushing back the northwest corner to align it more with City Hall, and/or, as you look at the Harmer Adobe for inspiration, consider its location and simplicity as a general design direction. The arcade design, as shown, needs further work, but there is consensus that the structure provides an edge to the plaza and a consensus on pushing it back and having the green screen behind it, not the digital green screen.
Yeah.
All right. Most commissioners are on board with where the water feature is currently going in terms of a bubbler and with the pattern and artwork to be continued to be designed. The applicant shall look at Chumash patterns and look at the water feature as a holistic piece within the larger art program. One commissioner was not set on this current location for the water feature, especially if there is another location that makes more sense depending on how you develop the hardscape pattern and palette. Consider being open to the location of the water feature as the hardscape design continues. The restrooms design with a simple shed roof is acceptable, and the rendering showing plantings help the commission understand that it is very visually unobtrusive, fits well, and is acceptable. All right. Next, the front design of City Hall is supportable but needs more work. The general idea and the idea of demonstration garden is a nice idea, but the whole thing needs to work as a great entrance to City Hall. The project shall return to the De La Guerra Plaza Advisory Committee. The project is not ready for city land development review. When it comes back, the committee would like to see the pavement subcommittee's work outcome and see preliminary work from the art culture subcommittee. Staff invited Commissioners Drury, Peterson, and McGill to the subcommittee to guide the art, culture, and historic materials in the project. The commission has requested that a Chumash representative also be invited to the subcommittee. That was April 22nd, 2022. Was there a meeting after that or no? Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's meeting minutes number 1. Okay, were there more meeting minutes? There was a joint meeting. Yeah, there was a joint meeting
With the planning
with the
commission.
planning commission. And was it at that point that Vice Chair House and I got sub?
It's also confusing at this point.
Yeah, okay. I want to make sure we capture all the minutes, just so that, that we're.
I don't think we actually have minutes from that.
Pardon me, Chair Grumbine, do you know the date of that meeting so I can locate those minutes and pull them up?
Ooh,
Chair Grumbine?
yes.
The April 22nd, 2022 was the joint meeting between the subcommittee and HLC. I just watched it.
Oh, it was the one where we were sitting across from each
You were
other.
at the library.
Yes.
All the men on one side, all
Yeah,
the women
it
on
was
the
the
other.
men versus the women, yeah.
Dangerous otherwise.
That was that one.
Yeah, that
anyway.
was that one. Okay, thank you. And then we had the planning commission one where it was joint with the, that was a joint planning commission. Yeah, it was planning commission. That was joint planning commission. That one was joint advisory group and HLC. Right, okay, great. So now we're starting to figure out our path. So the planning commission HLC meeting was, I want to say in the fall sometime. It was like October-ish.
Are you thinking of the State Street Promenade meeting with the?
Oh, maybe
Yeah.
sorry, too many meetings.
I was thinking, and
Okay.
I realized I was wrong.
Okay, I think you're right. So where was the meeting where Vice Chair House, or was that just via email that we got?
Chair Grumbine, I think that happened
After?
at one of your regular meetings. We requested for an
Okay.
ad hoc committee member.
Okay,
And-
okay. So there's no minutes for that. Okay, great. Okay. Whew, okay, never. Sorry about that. Okay. So we're good. Those were the latest minutes. And then for any commissioners that weren't there or that weren't on the commission yet, if you've watched the recording, please say so. And if not, you can ask questions, but no comments or voting. All right. So with that, you'll have 15 minutes and take it away.
Great. Thank you.
Actually, sorry, there's one more thing. So we did want to catch up to speed the commission on what our process was. So we met, and feel free to jump in as well. We met a number of times. I want to say we had like
2 or 3,
yeah,
at least 2.
Yeah, I think I want to say I felt like at least 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Or 5. But no, we met several times over the course
Our
of it,
offices, yeah.
and gave some feedback on what we thought the commission would be feeling as well, and what we what made sense. It was also with the historians as well, and so with Post Hazeltine as part of that, those discussions. So we saw multiple iterations as they pushed and pulled things, and yeah.
Well, what I would add to that is that we were specifically discussing the pavilion, its placement and its architectural style, as well as the Anacapa entrance to City Hall. We did not get into pavement, seating, landscaping, anything like that.
Yeah, that's right. Most of the things we really didn't we didn't touch on that
Right.
that are part of it. And then we also had the whole thing with the caveat that these are our opinions to help them, but at the end of the day, it's coming back to HLC, and it's up to everyone to make the review. So
And you may fire us as chair and vice chair after you hear what we said.
but they can't fire us because they didn't pay us.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's-
Well, I look forward to that $50.
You're getting paid? That's right. All right, so with that, welcome, and please
Great.
proceed.
Thank you. So as we scroll through the first few slides, which is showing the photos of the existing condition of the plaza, I just want to remind us a little bit more about where we've come on this project. We began in January of 2019, believe it or not, and the advisory committee was formed that year and started meeting in November. The committee's role was to guide the programming of the plaza with the design team, and in one of the first meetings, a purpose statement was created for the plaza. I just want to read it for you. It's De La Guerra Plaza celebrates and honors the historic heart of the city and provides the flexibility to serve our community's diverse social, cultural, historic, economic, and environmental vitality. So through 14 meetings over 4 years, the advisory committee evaluated an incredibly long list of potential features and design options for the plaza that were generated and guided by public input, by city guidelines, by input from this commission, and a talented design team, and then filtered all of these proposed features through that purpose statement. And that results in the concept plan that has evolved over these 4 years into what you see now. I have jokingly and in all seriousness categorized this project as 5 separate projects into one. It's architecture, for sure, landscape, utilities, public art, and archaeology. So each are complex. They have their own schedules, they have their own needs, they have their own budgets, but they all need to work together to create a beautiful, historically sensitive, and flexible space to facilitate activity and community engagement, which was the whole point. So the last time we met, which maybe I'm I'm hoping it's the last time we met. And these are the two areas that we want to highlight today. As you already said, they needed some attention. They didn't know what they wanted to be yet. So those two areas are between the City Hall and News Press, that building there along the City Hall parking lot, and then the front landscaping on the Anacapa side of City Hall. With your approval, as you already stated, we formed an ad hoc committee made up of these guys, city staff, Post Hazeltine, and Chair Grumbine and Commissioner House. So Leif and Elijah will go over the designs in a little bit. So what we hope to gain from today is the affirmation of the current design, and we know it's not perfect. And we're just hoping that it's ready to be submitted to the city with a planning application. And we also know that we will continue to have review from this commission, which will allow more public comment and opinions. And in the end, our hope and goal is to create a design we can all support for the community. So the last thing I want to address quickly is over the last few days, and really mostly today, you've received a number of written public comments. And for the first issue pertaining to the plaza, I just want to read a little bit from Tim Hazeltine's memo regarding the landmark issue. And it reads like this. The plaza and adjoining Casa de la Guerra were designated as state landmark number 307 in 1939. The significant attributes of the resource were its historical associations rather than as an example of landscape design. It should be noted that alterations since 1939 include a large addition to the News Press building in the 1950s, reconfiguration of a portion of the roadway, and the demolition of a series of mid to late 19th century buildings that extended from City Hall toward the News Press, which is where we're proposing to put the new building. As was common for nominations of that era, the nomination did not evaluate integrity or identify character-defining or non-character-defining features of the built environment or landscaping. So that's just a little bit from his memo. Again, it's uploaded for you to review the whole thing. So then the second point is that there were several general themes that I found from the public comments. Everyone wants to protect what we have here in Santa Barbara. They want to make sure that the plaza design is in keeping with the historic setting and that the design calls for using appropriate materials, but they don't want it to change. So several commented that this design will somehow actually limit the use of the plaza. So I just want to say again that the advisory committee felt strongly that this space needs to be a civic plaza, not a park, and that having a pedestrian-only space that will facilitate the many uses our community wants and needs in the center of town will not just make this space more beautiful for the long term, but it will be more in keeping with the town square designation it received in 1853. So with that perspective, I just want to hand it over to Leif and Elijah to run through the rest. Yeah.
Thank you. Chair Grumbine, I didn't make note of the time when we started. Did you?
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Okay. I'll try to move through this reasonably efficiently, and we can come back for questions as needed. Thanks for having us today. It's been a while. I just wanted to start with this overall site plan as a sort of a refresher of the design as it stands today. I think it should look familiar to most people here, if not all. All the elements are generally the same size in the same location on the site. All the curbs have been removed to create one large pedestrian space that's essentially flat, and daily traffic will no longer have access to the street or plaza. That's the big sort of underlying transformational change. There's restrooms, a bubbler feature, trees and landscaping, and all the usual amenities you would expect in a public space like seating, trash, bike racks, etc. And we're going to talk about a couple of these things a little later on. This just zooms into the main, what we'll call the main plaza area. We'll call the left north, even though it's a little bit off off square. We've heard some sentiments, to Brad's point earlier, throughout this process that allude to this being cluttered or not conducive to flexible use, and it's. I just wanted to reiterate that we don't believe it is. I think that perception may come in part from the rendering, the patterns on the paving may make it look busier than it is. It's all essentially just different colours and textures in the same tonal range, but this is much more accessible and much more free of barriers and much more open than what's there today, and much more conducive to a variety of uses. If you were to walk into that space as it's designed, I think you'd be struck by an elegant, simple plaza that's the stars of the show are the buildings around it, not the plaza itself, which are beautiful. So the setting is amazing. There's the new building to the upper right, as you can see there. That's the one we've probably discussed the most at previous meetings, and Elijah's going to show you the evolution of that building that we're now calling the Pavilion. Arcade is a term of the past. The water bubbler feature, which is it's still shown there, but it's not in the quatrefoil shape anymore. It's more of a simple circle. It was deemed to be not appropriate to have what's now going to be a Chumash artistic expression constrained within a colonial motif. They were at odds with each other, so we've simplified it into a circle, and it may not even be that. It may be organic shaped, but that's being worked on in a concurrent process that we could talk to you about later with the art committee. This is just a view that I think you've all seen before, but just to give a sense of the intent of the water feature there, the bubblers. It's very low scale, flat. They can be turned off, and it's an extension of the plaza when it's turned off. But it would be something that would bring some life to the plaza during a weekday with young families and little kids. I'm going to turn it over to Elijah now to talk a bit more about the pavilion.
Just cut them off. Why don't you?
Cut me off. Stole the mic.
Shot clock is running.
Was I droning on?
You did great. Thank you. So this is what used to be the arcade, and it probably looks a little bit different from the last time most of you have seen it. And so I wanted to speak a little bit about how it came to be what it is now, simply as a solid building. And the seed for this idea really came from our defining design principles. We wanted this area to solve a few problems. One was simply to screen the parking lot. Right here, out of a fairly well-defined plaza, there's a big missing tooth, and it bled right out in the parking lot. So we wanted to be able to screen that. And we wanted to be able to, besides just screen the parking lot, really define an edge of the plaza. Historically, there had been buildings there. That plaza was better defined in the past, and we liked that from a design perspective. We wanted to get back to that. So meeting those two goals of enclosing the plaza, screening the parking lot, but then also to provide a stage and a backdrop for said stage for fiesta performances or other kind of cultural elements that we hope will happen in the plaza. So trying to meet those three goals, enclosing, screening, and providing a backdrop, we came up to the realization that a solid building did all those things a little better than what we had designed before. And so the design shifted towards a solid structure. You can flip back to the other one, thanks. Yep. The main elements you see, fairly simple. You have a gable center element with an arch and a tile motif design at the front, kind of provides that central stage backdrop. That because this isn't an entrance to the building, but a more solid feature, we wanted something that had some gravitas for the stage, but that didn't read as though this is where you go in, that this isn't the door. So we flank it on both sides with some smaller scale wings with some wrought iron grills. And in that size and location, we felt like we threaded the needle a bit. We stay off some of the historic adobe into the rear, but also push the building back basically as far as we can to keep it more in line with City Hall. So it's not stepping in front, and it's certainly not blocking out the tower, for instance. So if you can go to page 11, real quick, thank you. So you can see it's the general plan and elevations for the building. On the north side, of the parking lot side, we've replicated, but in a much simpler and toned down fashion, the design on the front. So just with some relief, some panels that clearly the front of the building is towards the plaza, but nonetheless we didn't want a blank wall necessarily on the parking lot side. So we've added a little bit of relief, a little bit of texture, but kept it pretty tame there. And lastly, if you look in the lower right-hand corner, you can see to the western side of the building, you have a entrance feature. We've given a little bit more articulation just to show that this might be where more of a main entrance to the building might be. Right now, we're keeping the spaces very flexible. There's a number of ideas of who might want to take over the space. However, none of us know what is going to be used for in 20 or 30 years. So we really have been trying to keep this as multi-use and flexible as possible. So let's flip to the next one, 12. And then actually 13 and 14 while I'm at it. And then this, just a small update, but the shed roof restroom building, we've been able to maintain it fairly similar to what you've seen before. Simple, doesn't encroach. We've kind of kept that. There was good positive comments there on the last time, so have not fiddled with that too much. So we'll still be refining that as we get further in the process, working with the restroom design company on its mechanized restroom. So there's still some details to come, but the form and structure we've been able to maintain since the last time.
All right, and we'll wrap up with the City Hall frontage.
You can use the mouse to kind of hover over stuff. I think it'll be easier to, yeah.
Great, and I won't linger on this particular slide too much because we have renderings that are a bit more illustrative, but just to summarize, the previous plans we showed you were oriented more towards De La Guerra Street as an expansion of that plaza. The consensus of the subcommittee was it really should focus on the front door of City Hall and give it a bit more civic presence. So that's what we've done. You can see upper left is the existing view today. The sketch on the upper right resonated pretty strongly with people as a concept worth exploring, and that's what we ended up doing. You can see it's quite a simple forecourt for the front of the building. It cleans up that space. It makes it the space is a little more orderly, with more of a access onto Anacapa Street. So we took that, we riffed on it a little bit. We've got a couple of ideas at the bottom left. Another goal was to give it a bit more, make it a bit more grounded along the street frontage. So we've added a simple sandstone block wall, a couple of different versions of it. One with the monumentation sign, sort of angled at 45 degrees on the bottom left, and then one that's squared up to the street on the bottom right.
Just hover over those with your. Yeah.
These. That's the 45-degree sign. This is a squared up view with some sort of pilasters at the gateways, just to give them a little bit of an emphasis. And this is two views of the one that the design team prefers. It's the one that's more squared to the street. One's more of a ground level view at the bottom. This is the same design, by the way. This is just pulled up a little bit so you can see in. So this forecourt would really emulate the same paving scheme from the main plaza with the flagstone on a 45-degree. It's bounded by recycled sandstone curbs as garden edging. And the rest of it remains the same, the demonstration, water-wise landscaping, the other furnishings, the bike racks, the benches, the flags. So we think this is a great leap forward in terms of the front of City Hall. We think it celebrates the front door a little bit better, and interested to hear your thoughts on that. And that really concludes our presentation, other than the minutes did allude to sort of the materials. This was just to wrap up, this was the kind of material palette that the subcommittee kind of came to agreement on. It's the street in Spain, emulated street in Spain with sandstone that wraps around it's this one here, wraps around the edge. It's almost black in this view, but it would be a flashed brick in a similar tonal range, and in the centre, that looks like the diagonal would be flagstone on a 45 degree. So it's just changes in texture and very slight colour, but it's not. I wouldn't call it busy. I'd call it quite understated and simple and elegant. And then this is the two trees with the fruitless olive along this shady edge being the sort of predominant species.
All right.
And
that conclude
I
your
can
presentation?
hand it over to the Commission. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, so let's open it to public comment. So any member of the public in the room wishing to comment on this item, we've got some speaker slips. If you haven't already filled one out and you want to speak, make sure to fill one out. All right.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. First up, we have Rich Unterman.
Oh, my. I watched that stand up half an hour ago. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I appreciate you've done a lot of work, Brad. You're really quite amazing. And I've been trying to deal with my hotel for the last 3 years in COVID. And so I've not paid much attention, but I'm a good learner. And this is an awful plan, period. It is not historic. And you've got the historic pattern there. You've got the street that has been there for 100 years. People have tried to change it, but they haven't. And I don't think we should try right now during a time when we don't know what State Street is going to be like. Cass Innsberg said we should postpone it until we know more what State Street is going to be like. And I agree. We have plenty of time. It's been there 100 years. What's an extra 5 years? Secondly, I think the car should stay. I'm a pedestrian guy. Most people know that. They've written big books about that. But cars give activity to what will continue to be a very dull pedestrian space. Cars come and go. They're green, they're right. They're a Ferrari, they're a junker, and they provide activity. And you need activity there. If you do this flat thing, State Street is always going to look better for the pedestrian. Pedestrians won't go here unless they are really pushed here, and there's nothing to go there. This bubbler, that's silly. Okay, so a couple suggestions. You people are the governing group. Take advantage of it. Get this thing right. Secondly, the Independent calls this a massively major makeover. And they call it unsalvageable. I agree. I think that it's time to stop it, let the consultant go, or terminate them. Your city's done that before. And start over with really a new slate of designers in a couple of years when we know more about State Street. And I'm sorry to be that, but it's the way I feel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Roseanne Crawford.
Good afternoon, Roseanne Crawford. I appreciate the opportunity to address you, and I really appreciate that you value and respect public comment. The best designs are not formed in a vacuum, but they're formed with conversation, exchange of ideas, and compromise. I feel that Rich here had a lot of very good things to say. I don't know how this got so far down the road looking the way it does, but let me just say, when you go to Mexico, Guatemala, any of the South American countries, they've all got Zocolos. It's always the same formula. It's the seat of power. Here we have City Hall. And the Zocalo is actually very simple. It's just one element, a lot of nice plantings, places for people to sit and gather. And the main feature are the historic buildings and the seat of power around it. That's what you're looking out at. That's what you're gathering. You need to go back to, guys, you can do this. You're good with your artwork, but Google some images of Zocolos in South American countries. This is a historic landmark. This is Santa Barbara. I mean, this is why we have the tourism coming here from all over the world. Let's get it right. And there's time to get it right, okay? So the good things, I do like the accents, the tiling, the wall, the color there, the planters, the step risers. That's really pretty. I like the decompressed granite. I think it's great, low maintenance, no water. It's permeable. You got it there. I do not like the cold look of the Spanish street. It's not the right look. The element you want to work with is to bring in your warm colors to go with the tile, the Pueblo flash brick, and the bubbler. Please spare me. This is not a modern building. This is not a park. This is De La Guerra Plaza. If you have to have a fountain, put something simple in front of that beautiful Moorish-inspired tile you have next to your whatever that side building's called. You know, really think about this. The bubbler is absolutely atrocious. It's hideous. And thank you for your time. I'm sorry I went over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Pauline Kahn.
Good afternoon, Historic Landmarks Commission. My name is Paulina Kahn, and you have gotten lots of information from me. As you know, thanks to Tim Hazeltine now, you know that De La Guerra Plaza is a California state historic landmark. And this has been a historic landmark since 1939, when this was a grassy plaza, and it still is a grassy plaza for 100 years. It'll be 100 years next year. We need to keep that. And as Rich Unterman said, we need to keep the cars. Right now, under this design, the design looks very, very cold. Who would want to go there? That bubbler thing is going to take lots of maintenance, lots and lots of maintenance, because those bubblers are going to break. The tiles, as lovely as they are, going to get kicked, and skateboards are going to be smashed against them. This whole plaza will be an eyesore within a year. Whereas the plaza we have now has lasted 100 years, and we have, all it needs is repair and maintenance. Make the sidewalk along the restaurants a little wider. That's all it really needs. And then make the sidewalk consistent. Either your pink or sandstone, flagstone. If it's going to be flagstone, not the multicolored Oklahoma with reds, yellows, and oranges. Make it the California, the Santa Barbara muted sandstone. I have a letter from Susan Chamberlain, which you did not receive. Susan Chamberlain is a landscape historian and a licensed landscape architect. She requests a peer review of the Historic Resources Report because it fails to acknowledge the site plan that is almost exactly what is there now, that was approved by the City Council in 1924 and designed by George T. Morrison, the city engineer. And these plans are at the UCSB archives. The plaza is the city's village green. The design is a historic cultural landscape. Anyway, she really wants a peer review, and I think this needs to go back to the drawing boards. It's way too cluttered. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And it's too high maintenance.
Thank you. I do not have any more speaker slips, so jumping over to virtual public comment. If anyone joining via Zoom would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands. Going to written correspondence, we did receive 16 public comment letters, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. With that, back to the commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, to the commission first for questions. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, I have a question regarding the News Press building. Can you show me on that plan where the News Press building outline is?
You only see the face of it.
The dashed line?
All right, and where is the tower?
Right there.
So, the tower projects out to the north.
It's this line right here is where it projects.
And then you step back.
Oh.
Then you step back, it must be 8 or 10 feet because there's a pair of double doors there. So I don't understand.
Hold on, sorry. I don't think that dashed line is I think it's part of the News Press building, but then it jogs over. It looks like it's like a property line or something. Do you have?
That's correct. The dashed line is a property line. That's a parcel line.
So the face of the News Press building is probably along there, but then I don't think it's being shown here. Do you have a different site plan or something that?
Or it's off the top of that page. Could it be up higher?
Yeah.
The white part there, that white rectangle?
Yeah, I apologize. It's not, the tower isn't outlined on this plan.
No, exactly. You have not solved, is a question. I don't think, have you solved the connection between the proposed plaza improvements and the News Press building? I mean, where are the current major entry doors to the News Press building?
Can you see here? This is the main doors on this.
So you're
elevation.
giving them a little 6-foot wide entry into a major building in downtown Santa Barbara. It's a question. Okay.
Wait, sorry, I'm not understanding what the. I'm not understanding what the.
Well, I'm trying to test to see if we have actually a plan here that's taken into consideration the perimeter of the property. And the News Press building is not shown on that plan. And it's a major, beautiful building in downtown Santa Barbara, and we've ignored it in this plan.
What do I do? Control.
Oh, you back guys.
Yeah, look at there. You see the tower there? And it's at least 8 or 10 feet of projection from the face of the building. You see where the current entry is. It is only, granted, it's only a pair of doors 6 foot wide probably, but the whole structure of the entry is much more magnificent than that. And your plan has ignored that, as I see it.
Commissioner Lenvik, it's a great point. I think the challenge is that right now the property line is all the way along the face of the building. And until we actually have a landscape plan that is developed, at this point, we have not heard from the News Press. So we would love to actually have that discussion to figure out what would work with them. And
What you're hearing right now, though, is the Landmarks Commission's, at least from my standpoint, approach to the plaza and how it integrates with the News Press building. And I don't see that happening right now.
How about the renderings?
Pardon me?
How about the renderings? We're kind of depicting that.
Can we go to the renderings? So the question is, how is it integrating? In plan, I think that it's, and actually that's probably the closest, the existing plan is probably the best to work from, because.
The one you just.
Yeah, because it.
Zoom in there.
And just so we can understand what is existing currently. So your plan is to square off the end of their planter there.
Or remove the tower.
No. Just to clarify, we're not removing the tower. You can see there, we've basically maintained the same width of walkway into the front door and squared off those planters instead of maintained the curve.
Okay, so, but in drawing form, you haven't shown, we're not seeing that in your current drawings. Okay. Okay, other questions?
Yeah, I have other questions.
Okay.
It appears we have resolved the question of whether or not this is a state landmark.
It appears that we have resolved.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
I have comments but not questions, and I will reserve my comments till later.
Questions?
Oh, wait, one more question.
All right, this is your last chance at a
Yeah, I
question.
understand that. On the Anacapa Street entry, you've done a lot of improvements there, but you have not provided handicap access.
Question mark.
Question mark.
To the building?
Yeah.
The handicap access would remain where it is today, around the back.
As I understand the building code, and I realize you don't have to comply with current building code, you can use the historic building code, but the intention of handicap accessibility by today's California standards is that all principal entries are handicap accessible, period. Underline, exclamation point.
That has nothing to do with the building code, it's the accessibility code.
Oh, accessibility code, whatever, state, thank you, sir. But you have ignored handicap accessibility into our city hall.
Sounds like a comment.
That's, yeah, that's right.
Question mark? Question mark.
Just because you
Okay.
inflect your voice doesn't make it a question.
Yeah. Okay, so the question was, or have you?
The question is why?
Okay, why aren't you
Right,
trying to get a ramp to go up on the city hall side? Or the city hall Anacapa main entry side, official main entry?
Well, I mean, my initial response to that is that's a pretty big flight of steps. That would be a massive ramp right in front of that building, and I think that would be a pretty hard sell.
Life sucks.
Yeah.
I think it's doable.
No.
Yeah.
All right, well, I don't want to go into comments yet. I want to go, yeah.
Right now, we have two accessible parking locations. One is in City Hall parking lot. There's 3 parking spots that we will be opening up for visitors who need those parking spots. And then we're going to be providing an additional one over on Anacapa Street. Both of those have ADA compliant access points to the back door, which is the existing ADA access to the building. I'm not sure I understood that you had to require it for both. It was my understanding that as long as you were providing ADA access to the building, that you were compliant.
And none of us are building officials, but, and I think that may come up if it depends on what the remodel is. It's my understanding that you wouldn't technically have to for the existing if you don't touch it. But then again, we're not either building officials or lawyers, so.
And it's not our
about
purview.
requirements. Yeah, yep.
Somebody else is going to catch on that.
Yeah, and then our purview will be what it looks like, if you are required, what it looks like aesthetically and how that's solved. So, all right, on to other questions?
I have a couple of questions,
Commissioner
Mr.
Jordan?
Chair.
Yeah.
Oops. Thank you. First of all, I just want to clarify, because this project has generated an enormous amount of public comment, you have yet to receive any public or any feedback from the news press? They're not responding, they're not cooperating? Okay. Correct. Fine. My next question deals with how you are dealing with the digital infrastructure. And by digital infrastructure, which I think needs to be quite robust, I don't mean just Wi-Fi, but in the future, if somebody wanted to come in and do a performance piece that involved hundreds of people connecting, or to do holographic projections, or similarly, things like that, how are you dealing with that?
Commissioner Jordan, it's a great question and a timely one. I met with Steve Epstein yesterday, who did all of the lighting and AV design for the bowl, as well as multiple other high-end facilities. Our plan is to make this a simple yet very robust system Some of this is contingent upon how much capacity we can get from Edison. So the details are forthcoming, but it's certainly one of those goals for us as well.
Which brings me to my next question in terms of dealing with Edison, because there's an unsightly box there now. What efforts are being made to ensure that we don't wind up with a utility box like that in the middle?
They're going to do
We
an
have it
electric
in other
bubbler.
places. We have it in other places in the
Yeah.
city.
Commissioner Dorn, again, a great question. That box is actually the city's, it's not Edison's. So
Okay.
it will be removed. The goal.
Where will it go?
Well, the goal is to use this, the new building as a utility room. So at this point, my understanding is that we will have an 800 amp panel from Edison, but that is being confirmed right now. That's the location of where it will go.
Okay. I have a question about the water feature on the drawings that we're looking at. Do I understand it that right now, this is eventually to be filled in with some sort of Chumash-inspired artwork, or will it be a simple circle? In other words, is there something missing on this plan that in future plans we'll see?
Yes, the latter.
Okay, it won't just be a big white blank spot.
No, it's drawn in a fairly vague way because the artwork doesn't exist
Okay,
yet. But
that
it would be a
answers
tile mosaic, basically filling that area and perhaps pushing the boundaries of it slightly.
Okay. Next question deals with the splash pad. And there's a similar kind of pad.
Bubbler, please.
Bubbler down at Los Banos, I think, down on Cabrillo, which doesn't seem to be getting much use. Why? What's different about this one?
Well, I'm not intimately familiar with the other example.
Well, what makes
but-
you think that people will be coming in to use this one?
Well, on the
Anthony will have his kids
I
there.
bet my 8 kids are going to go.
Commissioner Grumbine will be there daily.
I was the only one going
I
for
think,
it.
I think that the way we've designed it is that nothing's dependent on that being on. So on a cooler day, it's just off, and it's just plaza. On a day when it's hot, and that would be a very attractive community amenity, I imagine, as a parent, as many people are here, that would be a very attractive place for me to take my family to.
And my last question, and again, it's just about understanding the drawings. The detached plaque reset in the paving that's shown on here, is that the boulder that's currently at one end with the bronze plaque on it? And the idea is that the boulder would go away, but the plaque would be then set in the ground. Is that what the drawing's telling you?
That's what that's telling you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my questions.
All right. Other questions? All right. Thank you.
Could you tell us about what the dimensions of that stage is? Because it looks quite small to be meaningful.
It's about 12 feet deep, but almost 40 feet long. So we acknowledge that's not a big rock concert stage. We've met several times with the Old Spanish Days folks, and for something of the magnitude that they would put on, they could bring a temporary stage and basically span across it.
There's just 32
Theirs is about the same width, but it's deeper. So this would be for smaller performances or other civic engagement type of activities.
Thank you. And then secondly, is the bathroom, is it sized adequately for, or would it always be the case that for a large event like Fiesta that there'd be portables as well? Or was there any, did the consultant, what criteria did the consultant have for sizing?
Good question. It's definitely not sized for a large event. It's 3 individual family stalls. So that would be for day-to-day plaza activity. And if any sort of event would be responsible for bringing in portables scaled according to their event.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Uli?
Where is the Edison ugly transformer going? Because we know they're going to land one.
The plan is to put it in the new pavilion.
In the building?
Yeah. Yep.
So our panel would go in the building. Their transformer is already existing in the vaults that are in De La Guerra Street and De La Guerra Plaza loop. So that'll be part of the coordination with them, is if they need to beef up their transformer within those vaults. And if they don't, what's our capacity?
Yeah, because they don't like putting things in vaults anymore, so it's
Right,
going to go
but they,
above ground.
they exist.
Historic vaults.
Yeah, but those exist. No, they upgraded it. So, I mean, it's.
Because
it
I would
should-
hate for us to go through this whole thing, and then we turn around and there's a big ugly, transformer, because that's what Edison does.
Agreed.
When was the last time that happened?
Well, at the museum and at the seat, anyway, it's a
Okay.
sore spot for us.
How do you really feel?
Okay, yeah, Rapid Sandstone.
Chair Grumman.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, I have many, many questions, but
All
I'll
right.
just ask a couple. Can you explain why you chose to put the bubbler right across directly, pretty much almost on axis, not quite, but almost on axis with the stage? Wouldn't we imagine that there would be people sitting there somehow, and maybe accidentally the bubbler goes off and everybody's... Why did you choose that place in relationship to the stage, which is, I'm imagining, the audience area?
Yes, that's correct. So that the water would not be on during a performance unless that was part
Well,
of the...
obviously, yes.
But I guess your scenario where it accidentally goes off, like the sprinklers at a ball field go off, I suppose that could happen. But the reason we put it at that end was it's quite a long, narrow space, and we worried that back end would be kind of a dead zone. So the hope is that draws people all the way down to the end and activates that what could be just a dead zone. That was the theory. And that has been batted around. I know Commissioner Howes has feelings about that. So the topic of the location in the plaza has been talked about quite a lot, and it's not surprising you brought it up.
Okay, thank you. And then also,
Sure.
yes, please.
Yeah, the committee chaired by Councilmember Sneddon, that's been discussed at great length. I've always made known my preference to be in the center of the plaza, and I seemed to be turning minds, and then it went back the other way, and they said, no, we want it there. So that's why it's hard to...
And along that topic, I think there was also a question, even in our subcommittee, of the foundation of Old City Hall and where certain things were that was kind of pushing it this way in terms of some of that, I believe.
That's correct. The further north you go in that plaza, we believe that the cultural resources get more prevalent. So anything that requires a deeper excavation, we feel like is probably better served towards the south.
I guess I don't understand what you're saying that way.
Hover over the areas. So the Old City Hall.
You're saying that this is a dead zone over here where the bubbler is, and so that's why you're putting that there? That's your perception?
I'm making a couple of points. The first one is, because of the long linear nature of this space, we wanted to put something, a sort of an attractive element at this end to pull people through to that end. We think you might be able to catch glimpses of the activity through Stalk Placita, and it might draw people in that way too. The other point we were making was this end of the plaza is known to have some sensitive archaeology in it, so we're trying to avoid putting things there that require deeper excavation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then if you could just go down in front of by the bathrooms. It looks like this decorative star medallion or whatever it is being clipped by the side of the building. Is that true?
Good observation. That is what it's currently showing. This building hasn't been engineered yet. This room where my hand is would be the mechanical room for the bubbler feature, and we don't know the size, so we took a worst case scenario which does clip this, but our anticipation is this building will suck up a little bit tighter. Our goal is to avoid the compass.
Okay, great. Does anyone have any concern about the location of these bathrooms right as you're going through a very, very important connection, a Paseo connection to State Street, it's reminding me of a similar issue that we have up on State Street next to Marshall's, where we have some bathrooms there. And this is looking to me like a pinch point and a potential awkward situation. Am I the first one? I can't be the first one to bring this up.
Oh, no, it's been
No, I
discussed
think
the right
we
way.
discussed it, and I
Okay.
think we looked at, had them look at options as well, and then we finally landed on this and okayed it.
And I apologize for,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
no.
coming in on. Okay, well, okay. Maybe it's
No,
important.
It is, yeah, no, it has been one thing that we've been wrestling with and asking them to look at other locations too, and we were
Okay.
looking at all different things, and we landed on this as what the
They
quietest.
say also they had discussions with the owner of the adjacent building to see if they could use that. and It didn't work out. Correct?
Okay,
So now
that-
they're going to put it right in front of News Press building, right in
Yeah.
front of steps.
Right, okay, that sounds good. Where the tower used to
That's
be?
right. Okay. So
Thank
any
you.
other questions?
Not right now.
Okay. So, okay, any other questions? No.
Just quickly.
Yeah.
Back to the pavilion. So you've put the entrance of the pavilion on one side, on one end, correct? Now, is there going to be public use and access inside the interior of the pavilion, or is it just meant storage and electrical panels and that sort of thing?
It's a great question. We actually have entrances on both ends. The flexibility of this is really the goal at this point. As we've looked at, as Leaf alluded to, you know, we're not really sure what it wants to be in the next 20 years. But a number of ideas have come out of discussions, whether it's storage for the plaza itself, the utilitarian side of it for the panel and the AV equipment. But there are, you know, conference needs for sure. The goal for this building, quite honestly, is additional eyes on the plaza. So how do we make this building more useful? And so there's a number of ideas that are being generated, but we haven't landed on anything in particular at this point. But there would be entrances on both sides.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, we'll go into comments. We are running late, so I apologize for all those who are waiting in the room as well. I do want to see if we can kind of talk about anything else aside from these lists of key points and notes and new things that we've been looking at, and give feedback on them. I do think that we should try to continue to stay. This has been how many meetings?
59th, I think.
And we do try to converge on with things, and if there is convergibility. So I think we should especially focus on the things that are new or that we weren't happy with yet, and continue forward. So
I'll take a stab if you're up for it. I'm still not supportive of the bubbler activity. And so, you know, I might be on the losing end of that vote, but it just seems like we're trying to do too much in this nice little city plaza. It really should be more along the historic use of a plaza that is around government buildings, even though there's only one government building there. So I'm not really supportive of the bubbler. I still struggle with what you're now calling the pavilion. It just still seems too strong of a statement to me, and especially with a very prominent false door. There's something that rubs me the wrong way about that, because, you know, somebody's going to go up there and knock on it and, you know, want to know if anybody's home, and of course, you know, there's nothing. So at the
sorry, I just want to be clear about what you're calling the false door.
It's that big that door right there. You know,
Okay,
just-
so
it
it's
just
a
looks
tile
like
wall.
yeah.
Okay,
Well-
I just want to make sure that you didn't.
Well, then it
they
should
see it as a.
It looks like a door to me. It doesn't look like a tiled wall. If it is, it should be a fountain, I guess. It's too grand. I think it's too strong of a statement, and I think I've been consistent with my comment that it should be a very quiet building. Yeah, I understand it's trying to screen the parking lot and et cetera, but it still needs to be, in my opinion, much quieter than that. So I'll leave it at that. I understand, that the pavilion is becoming, well, it doesn't know what it's becoming, I guess. It could be storage, it could be conference room, whatever it is, but it's still too strong for me. I like the rather earth tone, monotone color palette. I think even though you have a lot of patterns going on, I think that will be successful because it's not overly busy. It will mute itself out. I'm still supportive of the restroom solution. I think that's probably the best place to put it. It wants to be quiet and by itself and out of the way. And I'm continue to be supportive that it should be closed to vehicle traffic. I think once the improvements occur, the community will see it as a place that they can use on a regular basis. And I think connecting it to the businesses that face State Street as their not really back of house, but where you can dine, I think it will become active, and it will sort itself out as we'll all make it work. But those are my comments.
Okay. Who's up next?
I'll speak because that's my job.
And we love to hear what you think.
Well, I think one of the comments from one of the members of the audience, this is an awful plan. Nothing historic about it. I think that speaks a lot about what a lot of people think about, in the community about this plan that I've talked to in the last week or so before this hearing. In my opinion, the water feature, I cannot support it. It does not belong here. It does not complement the historic nature of the plaza, and it needs to go away. And I think from the standpoint of what the plaza should be doing, as someone said, someone mentioned Zocalo as a function in other South American and Central American countries, and it's the buildings around them that are the important part of the plaza, and we should be focusing on City Hall. We certainly should be focusing on Casa de la Garra across the street. We certainly should be focusing on the News Press building, which is, if it isn't a historic structure, a landmark, it certainly is a structure of merit, and it should be focused on. We should be standing in that plaza and looking one way and being happy what we see, and looking another way, being happy what we see, and looking another way, and being happy what we see. And we're not doing that now with the plan. The structure that is being proposed with a stage on it, and as someone recognized, when you go to Fiesta or other events, and I've been to them, the stage is at least 3 feet high, maybe 4 feet high, so that a lot of people can see it. And this stage will not be used for anything other than to get up off the ground. That building with 8 windows with nothing happening inside will end up with aluminum foil on them. I mean, they don't belong there. What they've got is a facade that is horribly busy. And if you look at the central element by itself, the gable end, it's cramped. You got a recessed tile, element. You've got accentuation around it with the stepping of the plaster. You got lights on it. You got a vent above. You have this little narrow gable-ended thing, and it's busy as heck. And it should not be. If you want your eye to go someplace, it's going to get lost in looking at that thing. It does not belong there at all. We don't need that structure, in my opinion. It should go away. Period. Go away. In this case, if we're trying to contain the plaza on that property line or that edge, we need to rely on the landscape architects to solve the problem for us, not to put a bad building up that we'll be disappointed in for a long, long, long time. The landscape architect can solve the problem of putting an edge on this plaza. I know they can, but that structure does not belong there. And the more we talk about the restrooms, and the more we talk about what's happening on the State Street Promenade, and how important getting from the promenade back into De La Guerra Plaza, what we have is a restroom which is constricting not only our physical access, but the visual access, into De La Guerra Plaza from the State Street Promenade. There's got to be a better solution than that.
Okay, can you talk to, so I think the things that we need everyone's weighing in on that are not weighed in on are especially the new things, and I think it's important that we don't, if at all possible, don't go backwards on things.
Well,
so
we're going to go backwards. We're going to go backwards. Let me,
I have a couple more things for you to do. Yeah, there we go. First time.
I have one finishing
Commissioner
comment.
Lenvik, hold on. I do want you to actually comment on something so that we can all be commenting on the same things and move forward, because I think it's also taking too long. So, you haven't commented yet on the entry to the main entrance and the Anacapa view and the gardens and that. And you haven't, I don't know if you commented on the hardscape.
Yeah, okay.
So if you can do quick comments on those, and then we need to move on to everyone else.
I have no comments at all on the Anacapa Street entry. It's, someone else can deal with that. Bringing up the site plan. And what we have is a very, very simple plaza that has got tons of paving patterns and textures and materials going on. It is way, way overdone. I'm not sure if I can look back historically at a plaza that was, popular in the 1920s and 30s, which I think is the period of significance for this plaza, which had grass then. I don't recall seeing diagonal paving in a plaza. And then I've got sandstone ashlar paving, and then I've got decomposed granite, and then I've got a different kind of paving around the diagonal paving. It is way, way too busy. It's way too busy. This thing is a zebra of multiple colors. It is not appropriate for Santa Barbara. Period. Okay.
Is it a
All right,
unicorn?
good.
It's a unicorn.
All right. No, you actually answered the comment that we wanted you to comment on.
Let me say, I am extremely disappointed in what we've got. Extremely disappointed. And this should be a project where you take, and the architect takes and gets rid of the people who've been working on it for 5 years and brings in new people and say, ignore everything. Let's establish a program. If the program's established, let's adhere to the program, and let's come up with something that is Santa Barbara. We have not done it here.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you all can comment on, let's make sure you comment on the pavilion, the entry to the City Hall that's new that we're seeing, the paving pattern, the palette we had already given initial, you're going in the right direction. This is now a more refinement of it. But the paving pattern and, yeah, I think those are the.
Can I add that I like Plan B of the Anacapa side plaza? I think it's the simplest and the cleanest. And should there be a requirement by some building official of an access ramp, I think it can easily be incorporated into the planters along the edge of that plaza and not really be a huge impact at all.
Okay, thank you. All right, who wants to go next? I'll go ahead, Commissioner Butler and then Commissioner Jordan.
So I would follow on Plan B for City Hall, preferable, definitely. Thought that was a nice change. You're right, let's support ADA and let's not make them have to go to the back of the building to get into the building. So that should be incorporated. The pavilion, that's why I asked my question about the utility of the building. I would hate to see it something that's closed for storage, et cetera, excuse me. So it needs to be opened up. Previous comments about the big front door, I would agree. I mean, I think it's simplify, clarify, delineate. So the plasma, I think this is a better approach than what you had before. You've made progress in that direction. But again, I think it needs to be considered as it will be a publicly used building for art or whatever it happens to be. Good palettes, colors, loved it. The restroom, it is what it is, and I get it. There is congestion at that juncture. And I agreed it should be closed to cars, because I forecast over the next several years, cars for single use will eventually diminish, and someday they will go away. So we won't need that. And as for the bubbler, no. Not end.
I do want a point of clarification in this because it's been so long. The bubbler conversation we had at, I want to say we had it at the joint meeting with it.
Revitalization committee.
And I can't remember if there was a conclusion on that or not, or what that came to. I remember being one of the more supportive of it, even though it's not a historic water feature, which is very, very unusual for me.
But consensus bubble to the top, is what you're saying?
Well, I want to first make sure that we're what we said before, we're at least acknowledging, and especially if we're going to try to rehash it, I think that's we have to first acknowledge that before we made a comment. But I just can't remember.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I think I would like to revisit something I brought up at the last joint meeting, or maybe it was the last review we had, that I kind of realized that there's lots of different players with different objectives, but that the Revitalization Committee, chaired by Councilmember Stedden, they're in charge of coming up with the program, with the objects and the features that go in this. Our job is not to determine those because it's their program. Ours is to make it compatible with the city and make it architecturally appropriate. That's the way I see it. So, everybody has opinions, but there was a lot of public outreach, and they scored all these different suggestions, and a water feature was high on the list. So to me, if we want the public to feel there's transparency and they're heard, my feeling is we need to honor that and try and make it compatible and appropriate in the architectural context and the EPV context as much as we can.
And Commissioner Jordan?
Thank you. There are things about this plan that I like, things about this plan that I accept in the spirit of moving forward, and things that I don't like. I do like the treatment on the Anacapa side of City Hall, and I agree with, I guess it's Plan B, the squared off one. First of all, I accept that this will be transformed into a hard surface. And having said that, then I want the best hard surface we can get, which brings me to the bubbler, which I've never been fond of. But again, in the spirit of moving forward, what is important to me is not the bubbler, but rather what the pattern in the pavement is. Once we accept that we have a hard surface, then surface patterns and surface art, which are not the same thing, become very important. And on that point, I think that these drawings are not helping you in the sense that there's a lot of different color and pattern, a lot of different shades here and patterns, and yet I understand that the actual materials and color palette might give a stronger sense of unity than this current set of black and white drawings do. So I hope in the future we get a set of drawings that helps us see how all the different pieces work together. I do think the stage building is still a little too busy, that it could be simplified in some ways. And I'm open to suggestions about how that can be, again, in the spirit of moving forward. And the one thing that I'll ask about each time this comes back is about a robust digital infrastructure and also where the electrical boxes are.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes, thank you. Did you want to go before me?
No.
Where I come in on this is, what is our responsibility as HLC, right? To preserve the historic element and elements. What could be more important than De La Guerra Plaza? We all agree on that, right? And the number of meetings is irrelevant to me. It takes as much time as it takes. I would rather have nothing than something that isn't well done. And I don't think this rises. I am so confused that I have no idea. I can't make anything work. There's nothing left of the historic. It's gone, except for the buildings. The space that is, this space is very active at times, and at times it's not active at all. There might be 1 or 2 people over there. But if you go there during Fiesta, it's very, very busy. And that's the whole point of it. It's not supposed to be State Street. It's supposed to be our public plaza where you call the tent people, the stage people, they bring it over, and guess what? We have a backdrop. It's the News Press building. It's one of the most beautiful buildings in Santa Barbara. It's in the books. And that is the backdrop. So when you put that stage in front of the News Press building, you have a backdrop. We don't need to create another backdrop. And this Paseo is also very, very important. And we're seeing it right now when it's, at its least active point. But if you go there at Fiesta, there are all kinds of pop-up tents down there, and that's where everybody is selling all their groovy stuff, which is really cool. So I really think that the bathrooms need to be studied. They should be, in my opinion, I would look at putting them over somewhere in the parking lot. They don't belong. This is like having your bathroom right off of your, dining room or something. It's just not the right, position. I think the Anacapa entry, I would go for Plan C, whatever that, that is. If you're trying to make it more, you're emphasizing it more, and by doing that, making it more confusing. Because the real entrance is on the De La Guerra Plaza side, and that is where the ADA ramp is. So if anything, I would just strip it away, keep it very simple, just a very simple formalized, not too much different than the way it is right now, but I would add a walkway that takes you over to, so that you can get around under the arcade and go to the front. Like right now, if you go up to the door, oh, the door's locked, oh, then you have to walk all the way out to the street and then all the way around. So that's all that it needs. And I think that the water feature, if we're going to have a water feature, I would look at the water feature that's over at the courthouse. Something beautiful, that looks beautiful, whether it's on or whether it's off. I personally don't think that, given the functions that need to happen in the De La Guerra Plaza, I don't think there's room for a fountain. And I don't think it's really needed. I think that the space works really very well and has worked very well, as others have said. And I don't think it really needs a whole lot, it's not broken. It just needs a little tender loving care, in my opinion. So, and also I want to say, I want to appreciate all the work that everyone has done. It is a big load, and it's, especially when you're dealing with a public space like this, everybody wants to have input. But we have to step back and look and say, look, what's really the best thing to do here? And as far as the hard surface, I'm thinking of my 6-month-old granddaughter. And I'll tell you, when I just put her down on the grass, and she is just delighted. She just could sit there and be as happy as can be. So I think that the lawn needs to be there. I think it's a historic element. Anything you put is going to require maintenance, anything. So I think that the lawn, here it is, right here, the lawn, and also, if we ever in 100 years needed to like dig up that thing and deal with some kind of utilities that are under there, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with it as a lawn than as rebar, concrete, and a specialty surface on top. So I think that, you know, raising up the street, not raising up, whatever makes the most sense there, I don't really, I could see it either way. But I would rather see the lawn preserved, the historic elements preserved, and then either use decomposed granite or the street in Spain. You have those two materials that are already existing, pull those through for the other part. So I agree with my friend, Mr. Lenvik here, Commissioner Lenvik, and I agree with many of the letters that were sent in. And I think couldn't be more important. So I thank you for your work. I honor you and I appreciate, but I think we have not gone the right direction.
Now, quick question. Were you at the joint, were you on HLC yet at okay. Then I would have had another vote for the lawn, because I was the lone lawn warrior.
Well, I also, if you don't mind,
I was
if I
defending
could
the
just,
historic law. I said, if there's
if
any
I-
place in Santa Barbara that gets a little piece of lawn, it's not the giant, long parkways everywhere. It's one little piece for the community in the center. But
And- yes,
I got
and if-
outvoted, so.
Could I just say about the lawn, because I did write up a bunch of my thoughts here. The lawn is a beautiful contrast to the hard stone and the stucco of the architecture. It's like a rug, right? It naturally keeps the area cool, and it provides a nice place to sit, have lunch, for children to frolic, sort of like what they would do in a bubbler, maybe, or to sketch or paint. And I can say for 33 years, I have participated in Kids Draw Architecture, and we have gone to that spot, and we sit with the kids, and we have drawn those buildings. And like I said, my granddaughter. So, and then the point about, you know, any surgery required would be sure a lot easier without having to go through concrete and rebar. So I think
Okay.
those are my comments.
Okay. Yeah, I think we are well
Thank
over,
you.
so.
Thank you for,
Yes, so, and I know other commissioners haven't spoken yet, so please jump in, especially with an additional comments or ones that you want to emphasize.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yep,
you know,
Commissioner
I've
Dre.
been involved in this. I think Mr. Lemmick actually nominated me for this position on the committee. I've never liked the building, the accessory building, the stage building, whatever it's called. I don't like the angle of it. I think it does take away, as Commissioner Lemmick pointed out, from the wonderful elevation of the news press at the bottom of the plaza. I think the water feature, well, I should invoke Commissioner Howes, because I think he put that in exactly the right context. We were given the parameters of what was possible and what was wanted, and we've tried to massage it without actually being dogmatic and saying this doesn't work. But I do believe that the water feature of some kind is probably set in stone, so to speak. And I don't agree with the public speakers about that we're creating a wasteland. I think, on the contrary, we're going to create something that's going to certainly outlive me, thank goodness, and it'll be a jewel when it's done properly. And I think that our job is to shepherd everything and make it palatable. And I think we're almost there. I will say that I like Plan A, and just to throw Plan A of the Anacapa elevation. I think that you did not do yourself, and I think it was pointed out that you did not do yourself a favor with the rendering of the plaza from the air. It looks dark, and it's just not going to be like that at all. It's going to be a very light-filled plaza, but I think it should be a plaza, not just sort of. I don't like the idea. Well, I would love the idea if it was possible to have a lawn, but I think that's out of the window. So I'm for certainly a cleanup of the Anacapa elevation, and I think a water feature would be desirable. I think it will give a coolness that just the tile and the sandstone won't. But I do believe that that we're inching slowly toward a resolution to make this a really a historic and lovely space. Because I think if you went over there today, although maybe it's not fair because it's windy and cold, but very few people use that plaza generally. And I think to make it inviting with, what I would like to see, I'm sorry I'm jumping around a bit because my mind has been racing. Instead of that building, instead of that weird angled building, which is supposed to sort of amplify the connection with the Harmer Adobe, I'd like to see a grove of trees. I'd like to see plantings. I'd like to see places to sit in the shade. That would certainly be a much more attractive thing than the building that's, I know we've wrestled with the building, with the openness of it, with the stage, I don't know, 5 or 6 different iterations of that building. None of them work for me. And I think a grove of trees would be welcome in that little corner, and it would amplify, it would actually frame that beautiful News Press building. So those are my disjointed comments. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Huss.
Well, I generally wanted to abstain from commenting early because some of us have been much more involved in this whole process, and I wanted to hear what everybody else thought of, what we've been working towards. There's no one person I can say I largely agree with this person. There's bits and pieces. I largely disagree with Commissioner Landvik.
Okay, you can start from there.
Yeah. But let's see, taking things one by one. I think the pavilion building is a necessity because there needs to be a place for electrical equipment, for chairs and tables that are for, small events. There are just lots of things that a plaza like this or a feature like this are going to require. I can't disagree with the comments about the restroom. I've always thought that was unfortunate to pinch that area. I would like to see a reconsideration of the restrooms in this pavilion building, possibly. There was one comment about put the restrooms in the parking lot. One thing that wasn't mentioned is that turned out to be not a possibility because anything built in that is in a different parcel, and then it triggers a SWIMP for that whole thing. So it can't go there. As far as the architecture of the building itself, it does come across as too busy. My simple thought on that is that I think that central gable-ended feature should be lower, so it engages with the lower roof, and potentially wider, so there's 3 windows on each side instead of 4. And then it gets a little more stage-like. Right now, it's like, other people have commented that it looks like a door. One member of the committee that Anthony and I were on said it should be a door. But then people are always going to be going up to it.
Door to the brain.
Yeah, exactly. So I think if it looked a little more proscenium-like, that might be an appropriate approach. There are other smaller details we can talk about later, but I mean, that's the main thing. I mean, it's just the massing of it could be explored some more. As far as the Anacapa entrance, I'm liking the general direction. I'm not liking either of the expressions of signage, and I've always thought some kind of archway at the pathway that aligns with the door into City Hall would be nice, and possibly it just simply says City Hall on the on that arch, and it doesn't need to be a big splashy sign. Well, it's not splashy, but it doesn't need to command too much attention.
Masonry or wrought iron?
What's that?
Are you thinking masonry or wrought iron?
Masonry. There are a couple parking lots in town that have stucco things, and it could be a stone one. It could be very attractive. I would support not needing to have an accessible entrance there, but that's more up to the building department, whether or not they will allow that. And I would say, as far as the busyness, the apparent busyness of the plaza design, yeah, that's inherent in a line drawing, and especially when it's reduced down this small, and then the lines get heavier and heavier relative to everything else. So, you know,
It's actually the lightest, I was going to make that comment too, the darkest hatch or the darkest outline is actually basically the lightest brick. It's like
yeah.
the exactly opposite of towards it.
and actually, that stretch is expressed in brick, and that's where the utilities are, because those bricks can be pulled up for access to utilities. So that has been considered, and it's not removing concrete with rebar in order to get at utilities. And, you know, several of us have been involved in site meetings exploring different paving materials, and we think, oh, this one is sandstone colored, it'll look nice, and then you go put it next to the street and stone, sandstone, and oh, no, it doesn't match at all. So, you know, we carefully explored different things. So, you know, I don't think that the plaza would appear busy at all, paved as this has evolved. The one thing I would like to say, and I think that it's now or never, you know, I have never approved of the bubbler in that location. I would have to say I would vote no on the project for an approval if the bubbler were still there. I just feel that strongly about it. I feel it needs to be in the center of that. And I have no problem with the concept of the art. I'm familiar with, you know, the Shumash design elements that have been incorporated in the tile in this building. And, you know, there are a lot of ways that can be melded together to make an expression. You know, that's not up to us to design it, but, you know, I'm excited to see the direction it'll go. But it definitely doesn't want to be splashy in the splash pad. But, you know, it needs to be subtle and be organic feeling, I think, and not a defined circle or a defined quatrefoil. It needs to just kind of quietly assert itself, I think would be interesting. So I'll stop there.
All right. Other comments, the commissioners? All right. My 2 cents on it is, as the, actually, I want to, can you pull up, I just want to make sure we're covering everything. Can you pull up the minutes from our last meeting?
No, you don't have it, staff does. Unless there's a tab there that says minutes.
Because I do want to touch and make sure that we're dovetailing from what our last comments were and trying to at least not go backwards on those and not to say the opposite of what we said before. So while some commissioners mourn the loss of the turf, that was me.
And one other is
Commissioner Ensberg, yep, co-mourning. There was consensus with being okay leaving the turf behind and all hardscape. And I think on the historic side of things, that's totally correct in terms of a plaza. On the counter argument, you know, that's totally correct for the South American and European plazas. With the American plaza, sometimes they incorporate in the in turf, like you see in El Paseo as a little mini example. So I just had to say that give that last little dig for the grass, but
I want to be sure I don't forget to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
If we are making our notes, that would be true, right, for a typical plaza, a historic plaza somewhere in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a specific plaza here that is, as I understand, historic. So where is it that we're bringing that together in terms of preservation and restoration of this particular historic?
That was addressed by the historians many meetings ago as part of the early discussion, was that they found it, at least initially, they haven't done an updated report, and they'll have to review it and then, but their initial considerations for that were that the grass was sort of, it was not an integral, yes, it has been about there since the beginning, since the beginning 1920s, not the beginning of the plaza, but the beginning of that, and in about that shape. But the shape has changed, and also that was not a key unchangeable feature, and that it was the state side of things, state landmark side of things, was by association and not by this exact design landscape, and especially not the grass, was what they were arguing at the beginning. They haven't made that full argument, but at least the initial indications are that they could find the findings with the Secretary of Interior standards. That doesn't mean that we don't have to, we can't say, yes, it could meet the Secretary of Interior standards, but we still don't agree with it. Better design would be this other thing. We can still say that, but they were saying that the argumentation's there for changing it, and so it's as a historic, even as a historical resource or landmark. But that was part of the lawn discussion. That being said, I still think that the majority of all the commissioners that are still here it was still in consensus, or not, yeah, in consensus, and overrode what I thought of the lawn aspect. So I do want to note that, but then also move on from it because, yeah. Okay, and then, yeah, no problem. Okay, the next, the commissioners are concerned with potential heat effects. I think that there's still the question of a heat effects, although I haven't really heard the other additional concern. I think that the landscaping aspect of it, the trees and stuff and things like that have been part of that discussion. I don't think there's anything new with that. Appreciates the pavilion. Okay, so the pavilion, I want to summarize the comments so far that we've, that at least there's a spectrum of comments, and you've heard them all. There, in general, I think that it ranged from too busy, too complex, too much stuff, simplify. That was sort of a general comment of it. And even seeing the process being made and everything on those part, and being, part of that discussion, I get it. And even the end piece that covers the doorway now was added since the last time we saw it, and that was even more detail. So simplify down for sure, at least on some commissioners level, and it ranged from that to not acceptable on others, and would rather have trees or not supportable. I did want to comment on that trees thing. I think, and actually, could you go back to the perspective of the looking at the pavilion?
Can you see where I'm?
Yes.
Looking at the minutes?
Yes. Yeah. This. Okay. There we go. This sort of split screen, and the other one actually there. Okay. So here's my thoughts on the plaza. Is that the way it currently is now, with no building there, is actually a detriment to a plaza. A plaza is defined by walls and openings, and the openings are paseos, and we need those edges defined. So not necessarily that it has to be this pavilion, but I think something needs to go there that's not plantings, because plantings is indicating a beginning of a park or something else. And if you had a park, great, but you don't. You have an ugly
Car park.
Yeah, an ugly car park. So yeah, exactly. So I think that a landscape, a green edge, is not actually a proper edge for the core city plaza of Santa Barbara. And so I feel very strongly about that. There should be at least a wall. There's low walls for the restaurants. There should at least be a wall or tall wall or a slim building or something, but there needs to be a structure there to really, and there used to be a structure there, and the only reason there's not is because they tore it down to build parking. And that's my comment on terms of whether there should be a building. I think at least half or the majority of the commissioners felt that it was a matter of simplifying down, maybe elongating the forms, and you heard some of the comments. But I don't want to try to design in this way. But you heard the comments. But I think a lot of the key that I've heard has been simplification, which I agree with as well. And then, okay, so then let's go to the hardscape and pattern. I don't think that there's been a range, but most have been fairly uncomfortable with at least the busyness of the pattern. For sure, the CAD drawings are really not helping at all, and we should be seeing a landscape colored and to see the pattern. But to Commissioner Lenvick's point, I think that find us a historic 1920s pattern, plaza patterns, And I don't think you'll find this, but try to find something that is more in that vocabulary. I think the materials we've said have been going in a good direction and are soft and are on the appropriate side, but I think the patterning is going to be key for that. Okay, the bubbler. So I think that I don't remember exactly all the various comments, the various things, but you hear the discontent by some commissioners, and then the discontent for location by at least one commissioner of the bubbler. You also are in, I know, inherent conflict with what the program was decided on by the Plaza de la Guerra revitalization committee. So that there's a problem there in that sense. I don't know if in the end of the day, HLC's decision-making power trumps that, or vice versa, or how that should play out. Obviously, we don't want it to be have to go to City Council to decide, but at the same time, you've heard the discomfort with some of the both location and or this presence of it. My personal opinion: as long as you can turn it off and it's totally gone. It's like lighting in that sense. You either have a beautiful decorative light or you hide the thing if you're going to have a modern light, or you work it into something. So in my opinion, as long as it can go off and it can be a regular plaza, I don't find it obtrusive. If you had a big modernist, massive piece of granite with water draining down it, I'd be, say no way. But
we're not going to get fired over a bubbler.
But yeah, so that's the sort of summary on the bubbler. Let's see. Anything I'm missing? Let's go to the entry, the Anacapa entry. So Mike, yeah, that one is good because it has both A and B. So in general, we had more in favor of Plan B than A, but in general, I think there was general favor for this overall organization of the plan. By most of the commissioners, at least. Some commissioners expressed a desire to look for, and you may be required to, but at least a desire to look at how you might fit an ADA ramp into this design as well, and well screened and hidden. But all in all, the design, at least direction, seems to be going in the right way, and with Plan B being the currently generally favored, one of the comments being to address the entry with potentially an arch or some other way, and not necessarily just the piers, the short piers. Okay. Any other? Am I missing anything? I know we're.
Mr. Chair, one thing I forgot to comment on was that at our last meeting at their office, we discussed the paving for the parking and vehicle area should be a darker color so that it doesn't get all marred by tires turning and oil spills and stuff. I haven't seen that change, so just thought I'd bring it up again.
Okay. All right. Does that, is there anything else that needs to be discussed or added?
Might ask the applicant if they have the direction.
Yeah, and is there anything else? Oh, bathrooms, actually, can we pull up the minutes from that? Because I do think that that's an important one to cover. Okay, so here's the water feature. Most commissioners are on board with where the water feature is currently going in terms of a bubbler, with the pattern and artwork to be continued to be designed. And then it goes into the true match discussion. So you've heard the comments of the bubbler, but I think we should also note that we recognize that almost a year ago we did at least have a majority still open to the idea of a bubbler, and wanting to see how that design would play out and what it would look like. And then the restroom design with a simple shed roof is acceptable, and the rendering shows plantings, visually unobtrusive. And I am hesitant to say, we can say maybe look at the potential for incorporating another place, but I think it's important that if we give a thumbs up to an element, that we don't really put the thumb back down. Yeah. And I think that's important, just so that to be in fairness to the applicant. That
Mr. Chair, I would only add that if there is an opportunity to incorporate those restrooms in the pavilion building, then that would help to resolve the conflict that we're talking about and still keep the restrooms.
Yep, that's a good point.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think,
Commissioner Gordon.
one last comment. One thing that we're struggling with, and clearly they're struggling with, and it's a problem for both sides of this table, is the issue of the programmatic elements that are to be included in this plan, and the conflict between HLC's sentiments and the sentiments of the Plaza Committee. And I would hope that we could come to some understanding or some clarification of that conflict and in terms of what the programmatic elements are that we as the HLC are asked to deal with, rather than us redesigning it each time they come and then they go back and get another round of. It's a problem for us and it's a problem for them. So I'm hoping that by the next time it comes to us, there's some progress on resolving what the programmatic elements are.
Okay.
Expect a phone call from the boss.
Yeah. Yep. I'll talk to council about that, or our council. Okay, any other comments? And maybe if we could, did you get all that?
Of course she did. She's incredible.
Roughly.
Okay, so why don't we go through that real quickly, and at least make sure we're hitting the main highlights? Yeah, and then the word, the words can be fleshed out and massaged later, but at least the key points.
The general outline of this. The commissioners believe the pavilion is going in the right direction, but it's too busy. Some commissioners believe the screening should be landscape. Does that sound right? Okay. To the bubbler, some commissioners do not like the bubbler at all, and some do not like the location. General favor for the overall organization of Plan B for the entrance of City Hall. Some commissioners expressed desire for an ADA ramp to be added to the design. And then study the potential to move the restrooms to a different location, or if there's a possibility to move the restrooms into the pavilion building. Did I miss
As
anything?
long as it's not the trees, it's not turned into landscape.
I would only add, with respect to the City Hall Plaza element, I'd like to get Commissioner House's comment captured that a simple archway entry is also a plausible solution to the signage issue.
Okay, perfect, what he said. Okay.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes. Commissioner Hansbeck.
The ADA situation, I mean, that's not really our thing.
Correct.
So I don't know whether it's appropriate to put it there. It's just, as an architect, you look at this and you go, where the heck is the ramp, So I don't know whether that should be included. I'll leave that to you. And then as far as the fountain, I also did mention that, I mean, if there were going to be a fountain, bubbler, whatever you want to call it, I believe that it should be something in a more traditional style, like I mentioned the one, the Spirit of the Ocean at the courthouse, something along those lines as the inspiration. I don't know if that's
So,
to include or not, because it's already been approved as a bubbler.
Yeah, so that was part of the multiple previous meetings. We brought that up as and multiple versions of a more traditional fountain, and for all kinds of various reasons, that was.
Mr. Chair, I would add that I think the city ordinance precludes building new fountains, that have bodies of water and stuff, so.
That's why we call it a bubbler.
No, but it's recycled water.
Because it doesn't sit there as a pool, basically, because of the water shortage. Which is ironic to say.
Much water.
It's ironic to say it after the last couple of weeks, but yes. Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. In that case, so I'm looking for a motion.
I don't think there's any action.
No.
Oh, yeah. No action. Okay. All right. So is there anything else that you need us to comment on? Or not need a comment? No. Anything else that's not clear or that you'd like to? Okay. All right.
Does this need a motion to continue it?
Need clarity on?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So along that lines, maybe we say we think you might be required to do it if you want to check and see, and then come back, incorporate into the design so it doesn't have to come later.
So likely with the situation is we will have to spend a certain percentage of our budget for this area upgrading ADA. How we do that on a number of forms. One could be feasibly to do the ramp, which I'm not against. I think we could work it in nicely. But likely it would require moving those stairs, so there's not a landing.
Pardon my interruption. Could you use the mic?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So the question to the commission
Oh.
would be, the question to the commission would be, would you support an ADA ramp if it involved significant remodel or removal of the existing historic stairs? Basically, would we have your support if we had to create a new landing there?
I personally would, but I think you'll qualify for a hardship before you have to do that. So you would avoid the work by a hardship application.
Yeah, I can send you the sections of the California Historic Building Code.
Okay, so let's put the ramp as a note, just as that we recognize that that may be involved in the future. Yeah, if so, we'll need to be reviewing it.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair, and to the rest of the commission. I was mistaken. This item was scheduled as a concept review, so you will technically need to make a motion to
That's what I
continue
thought.
indefinitely.
Well, I will make a motion for an indefinite continuance.
Second.
Those comments?
With those comments.
All right. We have a motion and a second under discussion. All right, actually, under discussion, I would like to, if you can bring it in the minutes again about the bubbler, the bubbler that never ends. Because on the minutes, it said that some commissioners are against the bubbler altogether, and some commissioners are for moving it. And I think we should at least recognize that we were previously on board with the feature in general as a bubbler, but that we were looking for the design in the future as part of it, and we gave that direction. So I think we should at least recognize that, and still say some commissioners are against it and some commissioners are for moving it, and they've heard the comments. So yeah, but at least I would want to add that if the maker of the motion and the seconder were okay with that.
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Grumpine. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Lundvik,
No.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
I can't vote.
abstain, thank you. Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
No.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumpine.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, and then for, so it means we ask them why they voted no. The motion still passes, but it means that as long as you have a majority, that it will continue. All right, Commissioner Ensberg and Commissioner Lundvik, if you could state your reasons for your.
Yeah, I think we're perpetuating a project that is going in the wrong direction.
Okay, Commissioner Ensberg?
I share that sentiment.
Okay. There we go. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're going to take a 12-minute recess because we still don't have coffee in the building.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can take shorter recesses if they just get coffee.
Calling back to order, Historic Landmarks Commission, March 1st, 2023. All right, we are on to item 3, which is 3237 State Street. This is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory designed in 1953 by architects Reisner and Urban. Proposal for conversion of the existing 14,500 square foot building to a new community health clinic on a 2.57 acre site located at the southeast corner of State Street and Las Positas Road. Proposal includes a 9,700 square foot two-story addition, 102 parking spaces, solar panel carports, landscaping, and public improvements. The project was designated a community benefit project by the City Council on February 8th, 2022. The HOC accepted the Historic Structure Sites Report, Phase 1, on November 9th, 2022. Project requires development plan approval by the Planning Commission and general plan amendment and specific plan approval by the City Council. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings and major alteration findings would be required for a project design approval. And there is a Historic Structure Sites Report. And that is it. So, welcome. Oh, well, this is first time.
Yeah.
Well, we saw the structures report.
Structures report, so, yeah. So, with that, if you would introduce yourselves for the record, and then you'll have 15 minutes to, and if there's any staff comments first. Nope, nothing, okay. So then you'll have 15 minutes to present.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Lang with 196 Architects. To my left is Sarah Corder, the historian with South Environmental. To my right is Ziva Pogładowska with 196, and Sasha Shivalin with Arcadia Studio.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank
All right.
you.
So,
We'll
walk
proceed.
us through.
Okay. Thank you so much for having us. We're here today with our client, American Indian Health and Services, to present our proposal for the historic Fremont Armory building. Today's meeting is a follow-up from November's hearing where we received the structures and site report approval. We're excited to be part of this project, which would be the permanent home of AIHS and a tremendous benefit to our community. You just met the four of us, but I'd like to introduce you to some of the other team members who are here with us today. Scott Black is the Chief Executive Officer with American Indian Health and Services. We also have with us today Alicia Harrison and Beth Collins with Brownstein, Rose Alvarado and Rachel Strange with 196 Architects, and Bob Cunningham with Arcadia Studio. In case you're not acquainted with AIHS, they're an award-winning nonprofit organization that provides quality health services for our community. For the past 30 years, they've been serving the South Coast. However, their current location at the El Mercado Shopping Center is subpar and disjointed and has access issues for patients. The Fremont Reserve Building, which is on a site of a former hospital, is a great location for a community health clinic, and we'd like to show you the plans we've created to help honor the history of this site while meeting today's healthcare needs. For those that may not be so familiar with the Fremont Armory building, it's located on the corner of Las Positas and State Street. The existing mid-century modern building was originally built in the 1950s. Then in the 1960s, there was an addition of a large assembly hall. And then in 1982, the non-historic addition was added to the 1950s structure. I'm just going to focus on the two pictures that are visible from the street, and if anybody has questions later, you can ask me. So the first photograph at the top there is the elevation at State Street, and to the right is the original 1950s structure. And to the left, you'll see the windows are a different color. That's the 1980s addition that we are going to be adding an addition to, or proposing to add an addition to. The elevation on photograph 6 at the bottom is the elevation that you would see at Las Positas. And let's move on to the next slide. As I briefly mentioned earlier, this project consists of a new community medical center and dental health clinic for AIHS. We're proposing to add a 9,700 square foot addition to the east, which would house the dental health clinic on the first floor. Offices on the second, as well as have a new elevator and stair component there that you'll see at the bottom. We're also planning right-of-way improvements, which would include new sidewalks, new landscaping, a bioretention basin, as well as 2 new gardens. One would be a Shumash garden and a secondary community garden to the east. At the west and southeast, we're showing patient drop-offs with adjacent covered outdoor waiting areas. We're including an enclosed staff patio at the southeast end of the existing Assembly Hall building. At the North State Street entrance, we're recommending a sculptural signage element to be designed by a local artist, yet to be determined. And we're also proposing new steel fencing around the perimeter of the property with 2 gates, one entry off of Las Positas Road and another off of State Street. Finally, the existing parking lot is to be completely restriped with 103 parking spaces as well as 3 solar voltaic carports. Before we proceed to the exterior elevations, we wanted to present a brief flyover video to you so that you can get a quick overview of the site and the massing. During this process, our team has been striving to provide a design that will honor the past while bringing us into the future. Okay, here we're coming off of the entrance from Las Positas, and straight ahead you'll see the 1960s Armory Hall. And straight ahead is one of the patient drop-offs to the west of the property with a new portico at the entry. And here is one of the outdoor patient waiting areas. And now we're walking in between. To the left is the 1950s building, and to the right is the 1960s addition. And I'm going to turn it over to Eva, who will tell us a little bit more.
Thank you, Michelle. So right now you're looking straight forward into the new addition. This will be a dental wing with the offices up above and the waiting area on the right side with the shades structures. This is on the right side here is the covered patio for staff and the drop-off area at the dental wing. Right now you're looking on the elevator and the stair in the back of the building, and it is a south parking lot. And you're looking onto the community garden that is east from the addition. Here you see the massing for the addition with the second floor setback, photovoltaic panels on the roofs. And now we are dropping down onto the State Street, and you're looking at the corner. And if you will be walking on the sidewalk at the State Street, you're passing the addition, main entry to the dental section, and then this is the historical part of the building from 1950s. Here you see the main entry that will remain as is, and this is the end of the flyover video.
I'm still recovering from when I got slapped in the face by those trees we went through.
It was a windy day.
Like today. Yeah, well played.
So I need to scroll. So what we were showing on those the flyover videos, it's what we want to propose is a very simple massing for the building. And we want to take as our inspiration for this new addition the architecture that is mid-center modern, and take it as our inspiration and propose some elements that are similar to that. So the flat planes, the horizontal planes of the overhangs, the large glazing openings at the elevations to provide the views as well as the natural daylight inside, as well as the stepped building form that creates the differentiations and depth in the facade of the building. And this proposed design is in conformance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. So here you see the elevation, which is the State Street elevation, and we are showing you the existing elevation on the top with the demolition scope, the proposed elevation, and the street view elevation on the bottom. So you can see, oh, and I cannot point. So in the 80s addition on the left side, on the top view, you see that we are proposing to remove the existing windows and incorporate this part of the building into the new addition architecture. So it ties back with that over.
Yeah, if you can use the mouse actually and point.
How?
Yeah.
But I can't because this is. I don't know how to do it. Because this is next screen, it's not on mine. I have different.
Oh, you've.
It's a PowerPoint presentation, so it's slightly different.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about just looking up there and seeing if you can see the hand?
I can't. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
You'll get an extra 30 seconds.
Thank you.
The last group got an extra 2 hours.
So this is that 80s addition that I was talking about, and this is where we want to propose the new windows and tie it back into the addition, the proposed architectural style of the addition. The historic part of the building here, we are just proposing to remove signage that is currently on the building, as well as the freestanding signage that is in front, the remainings of that signage. And we are proposing this new location, and this is just a placeholder for some sign that will be created with some local artist. So you see here the second floor addition with the offices and the dental wing, and that this is a street view. So going, oh, now I need to. That works. So we created some sections for you to see how we are proposing the massing of the addition. So you see that the main building will be 6 feet towards the back of the existing elevation, and the second floor will be around 18 inches towards the back from the second floor from the first floor. 18 feet, yes.
There's a difference there.
So this is the view, this is the section perpendicular to the State Street, and this is the section from the parking lot. So we proposing this treatment of both sides. Similarly, we are trying to keep the height of the building as minimum as possible. So we are proposing a mechanical yard in the back of the building that will be sitting on the first floor roof. To limit the height of the total building. We want to propose some parapet walls on top just to hide the photovoltaics that will go on the roof. This is east elevation from the parking lot looking onto the current building. We have the assembly hall building with the roll-up door that we want to provide storefront doors with the entry to that section of the building, and the covered patio for staff. This is the elevation as you would look straight from the parking with the dental on the first floor and offices on the second floor, staircase and the elevator tower in the back that will not be visible from the State Street. You can also see that we are proposing to demo that existing connection between the 1950s building and the later addition of the assembly hall. So currently there is a corridor, some storage rooms, and ammunition vault. Yes, that's the word. Ammunition vault that is actually not included on any of the plans. So we are proposing to remove this and create an open walkway, but it will be covered like you've seen on the video, and this will allow us to connect both medical and dental wing on both sides and create a better flow on the site. So going to the next elevation, this is the south elevation, similar treatment for the 80s addition, providing a new window, new language on that elevation to tie it back with the proposed architectural style of the addition. And you see the staircase going up to the second floor offices, you see the elevator tower. So those highest elements we are trying to hide in the back, so they won't be visible from the State Street. You can also see the covered patio for the staff, as well as the outside waiting areas with the pergola structures, and the portico that you've seen on the movie as well, that leads to that, this will be a medical wing, so this will be a reception. And we are keeping this in the existing location, as you can see on those demolition plans. And the west elevation is looking from the Las Positas Road. Again, the connection that will be demolished and open up, and you see the portico in the section, as well as the signage that will be developed further. Here, this elevation shows you the interior elevations from the courtyard looking towards the addition, with the main entry from the back to the dental reception area, the offices on the top floor, and the elevator tower. And with that, I will give it to Sasha to talk a little bit about our landscape design.
Thank you. So for our planting scheme, we wanted to keep it true to the sense of place. So a majority of the site is all California natives, low water use, and low maintenance, besides the frontage. So if you look at the northern State Street side, we're proposing to keep that historical to what it is now. So up against the building, there's existing Raphiolepis and bird of paradise that we're going to kind of trim back, let it grow back, and then continue that across the entire front of the lot. And then there's an existing lawn as well, but we're going to swap that out with a more water-wise option called Carapia. So it will look pretty similar to how it does now. And then moving to the heart, which I would say is, in between the buildings, that's the main waiting area. And so you could see in some of the renders in the architectural site plan, we have an overhead structure there with some seating, and in the center we have California sycamore, and that is the same symbol used around those spaces. So we have seen some large California native trees, and then some smaller accent trees, which are Ceanothus, Arctocephalus, and Western redbud, to add some seasonal interest with flowering. And then surrounding that space, it would be native grasses such as deer grass, and then some flowering shrubs such as iris, and then background planting such as the rhamnus or the coffeeberry. And then we do have some more minor garden spaces that were touched on. So on the right, we have a community garden space, which kind of softens the transition from the parking to the main waiting area. And then it also allows the community to grow their own fruits and vegetables, so it gives back. And then there's also some fruit trees that we're proposing in that space. And then also with that, since people will be using that area, we want to create a buffer between the building and the social space so that patients in that new wing feel comfortable and separated and have their privacy. And then going to the opposite side of the site, we're going to have an ethno-botanical Chumash garden. So that's a more interactive space with informational signage on specimen plants that were used by the Chumash, either for food or medicine or utility. So that leads to a more private seating area and it's more of a learning experience. And then within the parking area, we continue with our native trees, and then that will have more hardy ground covers. And we'd like to propose hedging along those back fences to create more separation from the adjacent lots, whereas the street sides will remain more open with that black steel fence we're proposing. And then the final item would be all the way to the left on Las Positas. We are storing our rainwater in a bioretention pond, and that will be planted as well with plants that can handle periods of flooding and then dry season as well. And I think that covers most of it.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your time listening to our first conceptual review, and we look forward to hearing your critique.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now at this time we'll have public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to make public comment can do so at this time. Anyone? All right, not seeing anyone in the room, so virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. If anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so back to the commission. Thank you.
All right, the commission for questions. Any questions? Commissioner Jordan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Is there any change in the overall size of the site? Specifically, do you intrude in any way on Mackenzie Park, which is to your south?
No.
What is the edge, or is it a black steel fence along that Mackenzie Park edge?
No, we were proposing to keep the chain link fence there.
Chain link fence there. And you have entrances on State and Las Positas. Do you foresee any entry or any way to move from your site into Mackenzie Park?
No.
Okay. That's my questions.
Other questions, Commissioner Drury?
Mr. Chair, yeah, so the entrance on State Street, will that interfere with the bus lanes and the bicycle lanes? I mean, are you worried about traffic backing up as you try to turn in with pedestrians on the sidewalk?
So there is an existing entrance at that location, and we are following the city requirements for the length of the driveway, so hopefully we will not create any, and this is only right in and right out on both of those entrances.
All right, thank you.
And that's also an existing bus stop that many of the patients will be using.
Right there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Vice Chair House.
Could you talk a little bit about the material palette on the addition?
So
What's so funny?
we, because that was our thought. We didn't want to specify anything for
Okay.
this meeting. We wanted to get your feel for the massing, for the addition itself, for the architecture that we are proposing. We don't want you to focus on the materials and color palettes, because that's something that we will develop further and we'll come back to you with it.
Okay, thank you.
So in the last project, they didn't have color, and that was a problem. Now you do have color, and that's a problem. All right.
As long as there's another bubbler right there.
No bubbler.
All right. Other questions? Commissioner Ansberg?
Yes, so, let's see, I want to go to the section 1, and that, and maybe you could talk about that cantilevered element there on the left. Yes, could you talk about that?
The blue,
That's the
It's this one.
solar-
Oh, that's a solar carport above the parking. So that's just a section through the solar carport.
Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, it looks like, wow.
that's a strong column.
Yeah.
And then,
And it's kind of cut.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, I know you don't want to talk about the finishes, but you do show like it looks like a panel type of system. Are you thinking of So you don't know what any of those are yet? is
No,
it?
so we were thinking about some natural materials. So I know that it will be difficult to do any wood cladding right now, but some metal cladding that has the wood patterns under those overhangs that we see, and some metal cladding on the elevations. Those are our just initial thoughts. As you've seen on the images in the back and the staircase, we were thinking about those glass channeled
Could
wall.
we go to those elevations, please? Yeah, they're sort of pinkish in color right now.
Yeah, so-
And then you have these vertical, the vertical there where that
That's the glass.
stair is.
Yes.
Oh, that's
those
glass.
are the glass channels.
Okay.
And those
then-
those are the metal, like some natural metal panels, paneling on that elevation.
And then this other is some kind of a panel system that's shown in the kind of pinkish color.
Sort of the plaster, like EFIS, sort of.
Okay, with like, what do you call it, like raglets?
This one?
Mhm.
Yeah, this is what we were thinking. We could do some natural metal paneling system.
Oh, metal, okay.
Yes.
And
When you say
then,
natural, like Cortan or something?
No, not corten, like just not painted. So we would like to see the natural material. So you can get those different metal panels that are natural metal. So that's why I said we don't really have any like samples to share or really colors.
that's okay. And then, are you replacing all of the windows throughout?
We would like to replace all the windows. We also would like to propose in the historical building, we want to tear out the walls from the interiors to provide some more of the insulation because that's a CMU and concrete structure mostly. So
Can you go to the elevations of that side of things? So just so we're all clear.
that's the metal.
Yeah, so that's the, on the left is all the new section.
Yes.
And in the middle is the redone, but demo of the windows. And then to that right, yeah, that whole section.
Yeah, this
Is
is-
that keeping the windows, or are you furring it out?
Existing
The
windows.
existing.
So we will-
Because that's the officially historic section,
Yes.
right?
Furring out on the inside is what.
Fairing out on the inside.
But keeping the
but-
existing windows.
So we would like to replace the windows to look the same, right? So we would want to have the dual pane windows and windows that will work and will operate.
Are
Right
they
now,
steel
the-
windows? Yes.
Yes.
And then you have this interesting basket weave screening
So
in different places, like, oh yeah, there's one, but that
Yes.
wasn't that the art piece? It
Yes.
was the placeholder, but
Yes.
then you have, on the back side, you had
There you
there,
go.
like a basket weave. So talk about that, what is that made out of?
yeah, so we have some examples of that, how this may look like. Here. So this is kind of our vision for now, and that's what we want to keep at that back patio for staff, so provide for them more screening from and privacy.
This is
from-
my backyard fence.
Oh, is it?
When I was in 1950.
Is that an
Anyway.
example of what you were saying is natural
When I was
metal?
just a little one.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Could you expand a little bit on the native landscaping? I think there was a bit of an inventory. I know you said sycamores and so on. And are there anything like California holly proposed or black button sage?
Yeah, so for the screening I mentioned along the chain link fence, that would be a Catalina cherry hedge. And then some other large trees, which I might have missed. We have coast live oak and island oak and a box elder. Those are in the bioretention pond area. And then for ground covers, we'd use berberis, arctostaphylos, pigeon point, coyote brush, lamus grass, deer grass, coffee berry, just
Good.
to name a
Thank you.
couple.
There's your coffee.
There you go. You didn't have to go anywhere. All right. Commissioner
I have a
McClure?
question. On the fencing, I can understand it on the park side, but can you show us where it runs on the street sides? I'm assuming it doesn't run between the sidewalk and the building on the State Street and
No, so the fencing would start where the arrow is pointing at the addition and then go along State Street. So it would not run in front of the buildings. And then it starts all the way to the west, northwest, right at the edge of the building, and then it goes along Las Positas Road.
Thank you. And then,
Does it go here too?
then that's chain link, I think.
Then it's chain link fence on the backside.
And then could you go to the elevations? There was a middle elevation. Keep going. See that little piece of something sticking up in the middle elevation above the parapet?
Is it,
Is that just the drafting error? Like, I guess the concern or the thought or the
This one?
question is will you
this one?
calculate for the angle of the solar panel such that the parapet does truly hide them?
So that's something that we will be working on. So the goal is to truly hide the,
Because to see a little bit of them sure throws off the elevation.
oh yeah, this one, yes.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Butler.
So there's a detached building that I think used to be the motor pool. And what's the plan for that? I didn't quite see how that was described.
So that's an existing garage building or maintenance building, and this will remain as is. So it will
Can you go to the
be
site
used
plan
as-
real fast and just show that? just so-
Yeah, because that's, on the far right, that
Okay.
is the motor pool, or was. So there's no plans to deal with that, just as it is?
As it is, just renovate
Just
and repaint, yeah.
Okay, all right, that was my question.
Did you have a floor plan? I don't think you made it all the way through your,
The floor plan is in our back pocket here.
They make you ask for it.
in the back pocket. Can you go to the second floor plan, please? Is there any thought to use, I guess, what would be the northern and western part as an outside deck to support the offices?
We have not discussed this with the client.
Right. It seems like your parapet is high enough to hide it, but it would be a concern to kind of hide it if you can.
I would have to look back as far as how the occupancy would work out, because right now I can have 29 maximum for the second floor with just providing one exit. If I would have the occupied roof, I will have to have probably 2 exits. So that would probably be no.
It could be a slide.
Yeah.
All right, other questions?
I had one other question. Go back to the elevations, please. It looks like you have, is it a metal cap that you're putting on the top of the building, or are you matching the cornice that's typical?
So for the new addition, we are just doing metal cap.
Okay. So far?
Yes.
Okay,
So-
and then I guess I would like to just look at that stair on the back, just quickly. Okay, all right, thank you. I don't have a
All
question.
right. Other questions? Just to tag on to a couple of those. So what is the current existing historic, not the part that you're demoing or renovating, but the historic roof parapet situation? Flower flat roof, what is that little mini cornice, or what's going on with that?
So this is sloped roof. Like you see on the section, it's very low. The building is very low and it has overhangs. So that's the ATE addition, which is exactly the same as the existing building.
Oh, okay.
So that's how it looks like, and I can go back to pictures, I think, that will show. So that's the roof overhang that you see.
Gotcha. And then are there parts where it extends and gives a cantilever? Maybe towards the very front there?
This one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's okay. And then the parapet wall that you're adding, or is that existing, the one right in the middle at the top, a little parapet above? What is that?
Front screen?
This is the Assembly, yes, building in the back, assembly hall in the
Oh,
back, which is
gotcha,
taller
okay.
building.
It's just taller, so
Yeah,
it's
it's
6,
this
7,
one.
okay.
Oh, this one, sorry.
The muster room.
Okay, and then, can you go back to the elevations? So, so then, in the middle elevation, in the middle of the building, that parapet wall there, that's new, or is
No,
that the building from the back again?
That's the building in the
Okay,
back. the
gotcha.
existing
Okay,
building
it was
in the
a little bit confusing there. And then the parapet to the left, is that, yeah, so is that whole thing is new? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's hiding the
Solar panel.
solar stuff? Okay. And then the existing building is concrete block with stucco on the outside, is that right? Steel windows?
Yes.
Or historic building, I should say. And then, okay, and then a plaster band at the top okay. And then, is there talking about your proportion of your windows, is there a reason you went that long in a strip window, or did the floor to ceiling, sort of you have the two different types going? What was the thinking behind those? Was there a practical reason, or was there aesthetic reason, or what was the design intent on that?
So we wanted to provide as much as natural light into the building. So we wanted to use as bigger opening as we can. And this is also like tying back into the mid-century modern architecture that would use those big panes of glass. So that was kind of thinking behind it. We were at the beginning proposing these windows to be bigger, but we had concerns with security, so that's why this is kind of a limited, and it's more in linear version of it right now. But that's why we are putting those metal panels to kind of tie it together as one solid elevation.
Okay. And then one last question is, and maybe flip around, if you can flip around to the other elevations too, where we're kind of looking at this. So what is it about the addition that makes it both tied to this particular historic resource and tell us that it's Santa Barbara 50s or whatever, or new, but giving a nod to Santa Barbara 50s? What do you see as elements that kind of that wouldn't, or at least part of the decision making for why you chose those elements or that direction as opposed to something else, and why this makes the most sense for this building here as opposed to if it was in LA or if it was in New York or if it was in wherever?
So we have, at the end, we have a slide with similar buildings that are on the upper State Street that you can see. So this is kind of like similar treatment for the second floor with that band on the top, with the everything that sits back from the first floor, and you have the large opening, large glazings, large windows. So those are some of the examples that we can see throughout the State Street, upper State Street. And this is where we wanted to connect that building more because of its location and the style of architecture. We thought that we don't want to compete with the existing architecture. We want something simple and something really elegant without any too much detailing. Everything will be just a plain forms and facade versus being this more of the decorative element. So we don't want to compete with the existing. And I think this kind of a simple architecture brings up more of that existing building to be more visible and defines better as a historical structure.
Okay. And do you have any other slides in your back pocket?
We created those views, but you've seen this from the video that we created. So you can see this is again the waiting areas with the shade structures. This is kind of looking from the parking onto the new addition, showing you kind of glimpse of that metal wall panels that I was talking about, and the staircase, having it, not a heavy element, just a lighter element with those glass channeled walls.
Okay. That's good. Yeah, that's great. That answers it.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Commissioner Drury?
Is it going to be a historical recollection of the, I think it was named after John C. Fremont, is that correct? Are you going to do anything historical with that, memorializing an Indian fighter?
Yeah.
Because he was not a friend to the Native Americans. So I'm hoping that, I thought I'd heard at the beginning that you were going to do something historical, like on the sign, or, no?
No, so the signage that we were talking about in the front of the building, we want to tie this back with what the community health clinic is doing for and what is providing for the Native Americans. So we want to engage a local artist, maybe a Chumash, part of the Chumash tribe, or somebody who is connected. So that's why you see kind of those weaving elements throughout, that
Okay.
we want to reflect more to that culture and celebrate that element that is
A
part
good
of
idea, a better idea.
Okay, should we roll into comments?
I have
one question?
Actually, two questions. The stair that goes like that, that's glass on it?
Yes.
It seems like it's almost too modern. There's nothing there which shows support for the roof. I mean, glass would not be supporting a roof, so I'm just wondering if that might require some more study on your part. The other question is, on your site plan, where do you have your trash?
So we have designated location.
They have a detail of it.
Designated location for the trash enclosure here on the site.
Okay, so, and you'll have medical waste as well as commercial waste, I assume?
So medical waste are taken care of the
Inside.
facility, and they are being taken from the inside
Okay.
by the
So
company.
you only have the two kinds of waste outside then?
Yes.
Are you planning to have an emergency generator?
Yes.
Where will that be located on the site?
So emergency generator, we are thinking to put it in the back. So it's in the back, so it's
Oh,
not
okay.
visible, possibly screened,
Mhm.
if it could be visible from the State Street.
Mhm. All right.
And actually, that brought one question I forgot to mention. From the State Street, can you see the solar structures?
The one in the back here in the parking.
Yeah.
So you probably could be seeing some of this portion probably, but it might be this one, yes, because it's kind of would be
Yeah.
visible.
We do have lots of trees.
Yeah, but we do have a lot of trees, and you have those giant existing trees at
Okay.
the State Street.
Great. All right. That's all my questions. And anyone else questions before let's go into comments? All right, let's roll into comments.
Mr. Chair, I'll take a whack at it. In general, I like the direction you're going. I think you're a great organization, so it's nice that you're getting a permanent home, and that your permanent home fits your identity. I think that's very important. So I like how you've treated the plan and disconnected the buildings and kind of arranged them, at least the addition, and disconnecting the back building from the front building. I like that arrangement. I like the pedestrian feel of it, being able to move around, because clinics are people-driven, not car-driven. So to the degree that that stays that way, it will be very nice. I think you've, at least in your massing and suggestion of materials, have worked well to get into that mid-century modern theme. I like your new addition. I believe, my opinion, is complementary to the old building. You suggested that you didn't want to compete with the existing building. I think, in my opinion, you've been successful in making it stand alone, which I think is important. I think going forward, working out that material palette will be important. And so I suppose strategically it was good for you not to suggest the materials so that we can argue about that later, which I'm sure we will. So I'm supportive of the project. I think you're going in a good direction. I like it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Butler.
I would echo my colleagues' comments. Looks like it flows very well, very respectful approach to integrating what I would describe as mid-century modern with mid-century military. So you have a, that's a challenge there for you. So it's a wonderful project. It's great to see this kind of use of this structure. It'll serve the community well. And, yeah, I would support the process and the direction you're taking is very, very positive.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Jordan.
I, too, am very supportive of the project. This is a mid-century modern building, but it's a very modest mid-century modern. And I think actually what you're doing to it in changing the fenestration and so forth, it will actually enhance it and improve it. So I'm supportive of that. I very much appreciate the landscape presentation and the material included. Mackenzie Park at certain times of the year is a local birding hotspot for warblers and waxwings, and I think this approach to landscape will actually enhance that, and I very much appreciate that. And I look forward to seeing the material palette in a future presentation.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
I agree with all those points, and I like the massing and the composition, and I like what you've done with the windows because the existing is a long linear building, and it almost gets to be a cloying rhythm of all those windows. And so that's a long horizontal, and then you've turned that vertical, and then you've expressed it in different ways, and I like the way you've done that. And yeah, I have kind of concerns about the material palette as you've briefly described it, but we'll get into that when you come back.
All right. Thank you. Others? Comments?
I'll go.
All right.
I have a question about natives being period to the 50s. I don't know if that's really something I should bring up, but I'll just mention it. You can think about that. And then also the fact of some of your lighter natives, I think if you hired a landscape maintenance company on a commercial site like this, that some of them could be killed off by excessive irrigation. So maybe the salvias and the baccharuses are maybe a little too touchy for a commercial project. And then on the fencing, I like on the east side how you come off well back from the front facade, but on the west side, I think if you set that fence, like coming right off the corner, I don't like that. I think if you come back 3 feet, it lets the facade read, then the fence a little bit. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments? Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, thank you. I agree with everything that's been said so far, and thank you for the wonderful presentation, and yes, very much support this organization and their work. I really like the Chumash garden with the healing plants, and I just love that, and I would maybe even urge that you maybe extend it and have it more throughout the property as sort of this whole healing thing. That's one idea, and I really love the basket weave screening that you're using. I think that's really nice. It's very organic and it's really soft in contrast to this very hard-edged building. And I would encourage you to think maybe about, I don't know if you should match that cornice or not, because since it's a new building versus the old, maybe it's good to have them different, but maybe think about that. And then the stair with the angle, I'm not sure about that. And then lastly, the entrance, that steel portico that you have, where it's underneath the support. I guess I don't.
Can we go to that page real fast?
Yeah.
Just make sure that we're clear as a.
The panel, I think you had a 3D of it that shows it a little better too. There. I don't know, I'm never loving these kind of things where you wonder whether the structure is going to fail and fall on your head or something. So maybe study that more. And also the thinness of the pieces, maybe it could be, look at that and see what you think. And then, of course, really looking forward to seeing how the colors will be, because I think there's tremendous opportunity with, the window color and the stucco color and all of that. But I think it's a really nice project, and thank you.
All right. Commissioner Lenvik, you've been eerily quiet.
It's a good project. You do have gates at the entry to your parking. Yeah. 'Cause I know that'll be parking lot will be well used during Fiesta.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good project. I have
No additional comments?
you know.
Okay. Can we go to elevations? So I agree with some of what some of my commissioners said, and but I would add to it a little more, or add to some of my own comments. So I think your inspiration images really shed light on kind of where some of these design elements were coming from. But I would say in some ways it grabbed from too many different things and tried to work them out. And I may be just simplifying things a bit. And I would say the materials that make the least sense seem to be like the glass on the stair and the mentioned portico. The sort of the basket weaving metal. It makes more tectonic sense, and it also makes a reference sense, so that there's a good story and there's a good sort of integration with that. But I would caution about making it or the windows and the treatment. And actually, if we can go to the other elevation with the front. So the treatment of all the rest of it of the building has always at least had wall going vertical at the corner, for example, and this has sort of an almost implied corner window that wraps. And I think that's starting to get too much outside. It could be, try to make it a cousin and not like a cousin 12 times removed or something. In terms of
Crazy uncle.
Yeah, you don't want the crazy uncle. But material palette in a similar way. You can be different, but be sort of complementary to it. But don't try to be too many things, because I think this building especially is so simple that as too many materials are added or too many moves are made, it can start to get feel disjointed more. So that would be sort of the finesse angle that I would recommend for it. And I know the material palette is, it was also mentioned as, and I think that's part of the thought process, is kind of simplifying that material palette into the ones that really make the most sense. Okay, so any other comments? Otherwise, I'll try to summarize, or any other discussion. Okay, so this is just for concept review, so we're just giving our comments. In general, this is a very supportable project. We like the direction that it's going. The overall site plan, mass bulk scale is supportable and commendable, well organized, and it looks to function well as a pedestrian-friendly clinic in place. The materials palette, while we understand it's not for review today, but will need to be carefully considered, and with the suggestion to minimize the number and types of materials. And the landscape is going in the right direction. I'm going to butcher this, but salvia and Macaris.
Just being careful of not too delicate a species on a commercial project.
Okay, so that. Look at pulling the fence at the corner in 3 feet from the building, and look at also expanding the Chumash garden ideas throughout the site as well.
Mr. Chair, would
Yeah.
it be better to say the northwest corner of the
Yeah,
building?
that's a good idea. So northwest corner of the building, to pull it back from State Street, 3 feet or so, to study that. The metal basket weave fence or walls are appreciative and are good, going in the right direction. Some of the elements that definitely need refinement and study are the stair, and with the portion below it as well, and the entry portico on the internal lot side of it, to be more tectonic especially, and in general to look at simplifying the materials and types of treatments of openings and other such things, so that there's not as many precedents used. And then question of the emergency generator and where its location will be, and the screening of it will need to be answered as well. And then also to look at the screening for the solar structures as well, from the street especially. And any other comments?
There was a mention about replacing the existing windows, and so I think we should have a comment that says the existing windows should be replaced so that they look and match the existing, but a new material that's operable, or whatever the deal is.
Whatever the deal is, that
Yeah.
sounds good in the minutes.
And also,
Commissioner Ensberg?
Chair Grumbine, the cornice versus the metal cap to study.
Oh, yeah, to also, to look at the roof material of looking at a version that looks at the original historic cap for the roof, as opposed to a metal wrapped cap.
And did you include your comment about that corner and how the window reads? Did
Oh,
you
yeah.
include that? I think
So for the long ribbon window on the left side of the State Street elevation, to not have it read as a corner window, but to look at having plaster supports at least at some points coming through.
And also, just occurred to me one other thing is this, in this elevation, number 2, that door over on the far right, did you say that is the main, that's the existing main entrance? But you're not, and will that function in that way now? Okay, I would suggest maybe whatever that portico element that you're using on the other side, you might consider doing something similar here to more punctuate that as a primary entrance.
Yep, great.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion for an indefinite continuance with your comments.
Second.
All right, motion by Vice Chair House, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, any more discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I will take the roll call vote. Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you all.
Thank you. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Whoop, your time's up.
So our plan was to return with our phase 2 and the materials palette at the next meeting for the, what is it called, the compatibility analysis, so we can go to planning commission. Does that seem like okay?
Yeah, that sounds good. That's okay, but maybe talk to staff and see which way, yeah. This was, if staff thinks you're ready, then. Okay, all right, and next item, we have item 4. We're only 2 hours behind, so we will try to move things along here.
Pizza with double pepper.
That's right. All right. Yeah, continued item 5. All right, order. Yeah. Order.
Order in the court.
All right. This is a record, but let's not make it a worse record. All right, continued item for final approval, 1242 Dover Lane. This is listed on the Historic Resources, designed by Leonard Cook, 1927, Spanish Colonial Revival. We've seen this before, so I'm going to skim through the notes here. And re-roof to replace existing clay, S-tile. The Commission previously accepted the Phase 1 and 2 Historic Structures Report. Final approval is requested. Project plans must demonstrate substantial conformance to the plans that received project design approval on January 18th, 2023. The project was last reviewed on January 18th, 2023. All right, so with that, welcome. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and we'll read the minutes from last time, and then we'll charge forward, and hopefully your presentation won't take 15 minutes.
My name is Will Soffren, and I am the designer of the project.
All right, welcome. All right, so if we can pull up minutes from last time. All right, so the commission understands the many challenges, the tight space of the project, study the oh, wrong one. Study the parapet wall, what? Oh, no.
You're having nightmares.
All right. Yeah, project design approval. Oh, sorry. This is it? Okay. The applicant has done a wonderful job of listening to the commission's comments and bringing a project worthy of approval. 2, restudy the depth of the third floor balcony on the south elevation with the width of the balcony being made smaller. Bring it to the inside of the windows between the doors, doors. Look at other examples of that type of balcony historically on Spanish Colonial Revival. 3, restudy the plaster piers on the south elevation. They are in conflict with the corbels and plaster beams above. Pick a direction based on historic precedents. 4, restudy this 2-story overhang above the ground floor on the south elevation in regard to corbel size, shape, and number to make second story feel more visually supported. 5, the commission is split between supporting all wood railings or wood and metal railings. 6, study the lights on the 3rd story on the south elevation, move them closer to the doors instead of flanking the windows. Study the number of lights overall. 7, add planting on the west side where the area of the development will be, at least to the level of disturbance. 8, return with all appropriate details, especially all those that have been discussed. 9, the project plannability findings generally have been met. And then 10, the exterior alterations are being made to restore the historic resource to its original appearance or in order to substantially aid its preservation or enhancement as a historic resource. And the 11, the exterior alterations are consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. Motion was by Dorden, second was Butler, 602. Lenvik was absent, Drury and House abstained. The motion carried. All right, so with that, just a quick check for those who were absent or weren't part of the meeting. If you have not, let us know if you have not watched the recording.
Lenvik has not watched. I'll abstain.
Okay, so you can ask questions, but no comments or motion. Okay, great, or voting, I mean. All right, so with that, if you could take us through the project and especially how you addressed each of those comments.
Do you want me to walk you through the whole project again from scratch, or
just those points?
Just those.
Those
Fantastic.
points, and then
Great.
any details for final approval, so things like make sure we see the lights, the paint, or the colors, and that kind of thing.
So what I've done is I've skipped ahead to the rendering sheet because it seemed that was most supportive for the project. And I'm going to focus on the south elevation because that will address nearly all of the comments that we were requested to. Number 2 was there was a request to restudy the balcony and reduce its width. So what we've done is we've reduced it from 15 feet to 8 feet 6 inches wide, and per the comments, have it now in between the windows and door. For item number 3, to restudy the piers and remove the corbels. We have removed the corbels, restudied the piers. There was a stucco beam above, which we have eliminated.
There was a wood beam above that you eliminated, or?
Yeah, or we had a stucco, and it was questionable if it was stucco or wood. So we've eliminated that beam.
And now it's just a stucco wall across?
Now it's just a stucco wall across.
And no corbels?
And no corbels.
Okay.
Number 4, restudy the scale and spacing of the corbels under the overhang. What we've done is we took that advice and it worked out wonderful. We doubled the scale of the corbels and increased the spacing, which reduced the frequency of the corbels. And also at the ends, we've added that double section underneath to kind of add that extra detail of support. Number 5, the commission split on the wood combo railings or wood railings throughout or wood and metal combination. We did provide supporting images of historic examples of that combination. So the homeowner has requested to stick with the combination of the wood and metal.
Can you show those now? Are those easy enough to show?
Yep, we have an example right here that shows a combination of the wood and then the metal balusters and railings. And
Looks like
that might be
that one-
that might be
right
the
there.
that might be the only one. Oh, there we go. Yeah, sorry, right there. Yes. And so this one's from, I'm losing it. Does it matter who it's from?
No.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay.
It looks low enough to die off of, so we know it's historic.
Number 6, study the exterior lighting and move closer. And when I say lighting, it's the exterior light fixtures. Move closer to the doors instead of flanking the windows and reduce the quantity. And we have done this. We've moved the light fixtures closer to the door, and then we've eliminated the fixtures that we had right here. So, and then number 7, I can show you the landscape plan. There was a comment about adding 2 feet of, what we've done is adding some planting to the western facade of the addition. So we've added a 2-foot plant bed, and we've just proposed continuing our plant bed scheme along the western facade. So same plants, same portion. That's it. I did have for the last presentation our typical detail sheet where I have all the details for the corbels, the piers, how we're going to handle the railings. This is the Juliet balcony, and then this is a specification sheet with our light fixture, the gutters, roof, and deck tiling, as well as the details for the metal railings and the wood railings.
Okay. All right. Does
That's
that
mine.
complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Under 5 minutes. Nice. All right. We'll go to public comment for anyone in the room wanting to comment on this project. Not seeing anyone. We can go to virtual public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbein. If anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive any written correspondence, so back to the commission. Thank you.
All right. To the commission for questions. Any questions? Commissioner Ensberg?
Thank you. Chair Grumbine, so my question is, are you happy?
I'm very happy. I'm very happy with the outcome of this.
Is she allowed to ask that?
It's a question.
That's a subjective.
It is a question.
I think
Correct answer.
I think this is a great example of the value of the process, and it's great when you put a lot of great minds together. You get a better project.
They need you as a reference.
Yeah. Could you put that in writing?
City council. Yeah.
All right.
I do
Other
believe
questions?
that.
Yeah. That's great. Any other questions? I had one quick question about, can you go to the detail of the, under the deck? Yeah, that detail, one down from there, one square down, to the right. There we go.
Number 4.
Yeah, there
Gotcha.
we go. Can you zoom in there? So, are you depicting, is that an old detail from the old wood beam, or are you wrapping that in plaster now?
This beam will be wrapped in plaster, continuous, and then what we're going to show is we're going to show the rafter tails projecting,
Okay.
and then underneath in the loggia, you would have that true rafter tail experience, or that rafter experience.
Do you have a profile of that projecting rafter tail anywhere, or that beam end?
I don't know how to answer what I could do. It. Should I go back to the elevation?
Let's go to the perspective real quick and just see what you have for that. Right there. So those beam ends that are poking out, yeah, that right there.
Yeah.
So are you seeing them as similar to another profile that you already have a detail of?
No, that's where that detail you were maybe looking at is we just had them projecting and they're just sort of square and cut off.
Oh,
and-
okay, so you're only having them projected that little tiny bit?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all.
Okay. Okay, that was it for my questions. Okay, any other questions? All right, let's go to comments. Comments? Anyone want to?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Bowers.
This is finished out beautifully. I think it should be a beautiful, beautiful home when it's all done. And I look forward to attending the open house party.
That's a requirement. I'm sure the homeowner would be very happy.
All right. Any other comments?
I think it's ready for final approval.
I agree, but with one quick little comment. I think you need to add a light at least, but maybe we just say 2 to the upper balcony area because you got a door. So if we can include that in the motion with additions of lights to the, because you have
The Juliet balcony.
the
Oh, the
Juliet
Juliet
balcony,
balcony?
yeah.
Okay.
And maybe either match, it'd probably be simplest just to, you have everything else symmetrical, just match the pair below, that's on the basement floor, just match it above. And then also to add a note to that detail of that detail 4 that shows that it's wrapped in plaster, because right now it's not,
Not defined.
not defined.
Can you zoom in on that second floor Monterey style? Yeah, I want to see what your bracket to the post is.
I think he has a detail of that.
Is there a detail?
Of this, yeah, the
Yeah.
corbel?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, can you go to that? And I think it looks like it matches that visually.
Sorry.
There we go. Detail 6.
See, that's a problem.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair.
I can't.
Commissioner Lenvik.
I can't. I'm.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'm pointing out to you to identify that. The
Well,
problem with that.
you have to ask it as a question.
I can't. I can't even talk.
We're out of
Oh,
our
yeah,
question.
we're into
Yes,
comments.
we're out of questions, so.
Okay.
I believe I know what the commissioner is trying to get to. So the detail doesn't butt the post.
Right.
The post holds the bracket up, so that detail needs to be changed. So you basically draw a line between the two brackets.
So I guess the modification that we could actually say, it would be to have a horizontal seam at the bottom of the corbel going across, and then with the post ending at the bottom of the.
The post supports the bracket.
Yeah, we see that detail in town where those tack-on things are falling off.
Question mark. All right, so with those comments of the notes to add, and then to be, checked by staff, but those are pretty clear. Okay, does someone want to make a motion, or did someone already make a motion?
I'll make a motion for final approval with the following comments: to correct the drawing of that corbel and to put 2 lights on the Juliet balcony.
And then to also on detail 4, wrap it in plaster? Sure, call it out as being wrapped in,
Yes,
the larger being
that as
wrapped in
well.
plaster.
And that the drawings substantially conform to the project design approval set.
Yes, and a good job.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we got a motion and a second under discussion. Any more discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Abstain.
Commissioner McClure,
Abstain.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nice work. Yeah, you too. All right, now it's cigars and scotch time, so we're that late. Item 5, one-time pre-application review. We can have you guys come forward. Not for 901 State Street. This is located in EPV, Part 1, proposal for adaptive reuse of existing 2-story building with basement and mezzanine and voluntary merger with adjacent lot for new egress stair. Removal, also remove roof and replace with new 2-level occupied roof with pool, spa, restrooms, and bar. New stairs on adjacent parcel and new elevators to access roof deck and basement. Expansion of loading area along Cannon Perdido. Site is in a 100% zone of benefit in the central business district, and no parking is existing or proposed. No final appealable action will be taken at this meeting. Project compatibility findings would be required for a project design approval. All right, so welcome, very late at night.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. If you could state your names for the record, and then walk us through your project. And
You have an hour.
you have 15 minutes, but we really would love it if you didn't take all that.
Henry Lenny Design Studio. Ed Devasene with DMHA Architecture.
And don't drop the mic.
So thank you, Chair Grumbine and fellow commissioners, for letting us be the ending project in a very exciting agenda today. So it was it was an impressive agenda, certainly. So thanks for sticking in there. And we actually have a very exciting proposal to share with you today. So I'll just jump into it. So just a quick kind of walk through the building, and Henry will talk a little bit about the, let's see if I can get the Zoom working. A little bit
Thought I
about
recognized those palm trees.
the history. So, yeah, it's going to give me the hand. Oh, there we go. So, yes, 901 State, we're all familiar with this. This building was originally 1912 a bank, the first national bank in Santa Barbara, and it lived to be many banks after that, and it was significantly remodeled in the 90s to more or less the form you see today that we'll talk about. So, it's a two-story building with a mezzanine and a basement, and a mansard roof edge with the kind of a pitched, well, it's sloping roof. Here we go. You can kind of see. And we are proposing, just coming on along Canon Perdido, and we're doing an adaptive reuse to take it from banking to retail for the last 20-some years to hospitality. So we think this is a great location and a great time for this project to go to the next level. With the change of retail, as we're all aware, on State Street, we're excited that the client came to us and had us take a look at this. So the building also has, along the rear on Canon Perdido, there's an adjacent parcel with the trellis and some planters. We're going to use that for a new access stair, which we'll explain. And it is on a service paseo that's next to the public parking lot and some other commercial uses along Canon Perdido. To give you a little bit of context there, here's from the other side. Our building, our neighbor building, you can see it's about a story lower, and the archway behind. And we do take some services off the rear paseo. Any other things of note? No, just the roof, which we'll talk about. So what we've done is we've submitted this proposal through the PRT process to get a read on what is planning and other departments think about it. And we're in good shape. This is in a zone of benefit with no required parking. So really the only approval body here, where the square footages we're pushing and pulling will be under 3,000 square feet. So it's really going to be this commission which will give the reviews and approvals for this. So let me just walk you through the basic idea, and then we have some nicer plans to kind of walk through. In the basement is where a lot of the vaults were of the bank, and there's some restrooms as well that's been used for storage. And we're proposing to take, there's a stair currently here which hits a major roof element, and we're going to redo, sorry, an elevator that's here. And we're going to move the elevator to go all the way up to the roof as a service elevator and introduce a new stair from the basement all the way up to a new roof deck. Additionally, for the guests, another elevator and stair that we will rework from the basement all the way up to the roof level. So State Street is to the right-hand side, Canon Perdido to the left, and this little adjacent parcel or lot merger here. To give you a little sense of where we're at. Ground level entry coming in is really lobby area with a bar, cafe, and reception, and then circulation going up or down from there. Behind a screen, we have some guest rooms along Canon Perdido, and then a kitchen area and back of house near the service paseo. The mezzanine we propose to expand to add more guest rooms in square footage with the sitting area up front that's open to the front lobby entry area. which will also be bar/restaurant, and then some service support areas. That's the service elevator with housekeeping and or storage to service each level of the guest rooms. Third level, similarly, we've got a number of guest rooms, and again, an open to below kind of sitting and walking area that also connects.
That's timely.
Yeah. And then, yes, and then we're proposing to rebuild the entire roof, and we'll see this in elevations and sections, under the roof height, the maximum roof height, the building's actually just over in certain parts of the parapet, which we're proposing to keep, and really work a 2-level roof deck. So this lower area here would be recessed for where the current roof is to provide a bar area and some other circulation and a pool that we want a glass bottom that will reflect all the way down through the opening, the atrium, all the way to the entry level. And here again, the stair and elevator cores. It's kind of the basic overview of how things are, where we're pushing and pulling things. It's this next page here. So Henry, why don't you talk through some of the originals?
Yeah, the original building, in fact, the predominant style of architecture before the earthquake was this neoclassical style. So much so that some of the brick that was used came from the Midwest. It was the blonde brick and so on. This is one of the buildings that survived of this style. And the other one was the Bank of America building, which is where the World Market is. And I'm not sure why they took that down. But anyway, here you can see that some of those Doric Tuscan columns were damaged during the earthquake, but the rest of the building was kept very much intact. And then also take notice of the configuration of the columns and the windows and that whole that whole design there, which we can probably see in the next, and this was when it was a bank to begin with. I think it's 1925, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So what you'll see is that we try to bring parts of that vocabulary back to our new elevations. And so the State Street elevation was significantly changed, and there's really not much we can do with that. However, we do have a tile parapet, and the way it works, although you can't see it here very well, is that it's at an angle, and each roof tile, beginning at the bottom, is closer to the wall, and as it extends, it steps out. We have this glass canopy, which is delicate wrought iron and glass. And the idea here is that when you look up, you can actually see the glass bottom pool from the street. The entry doors would most likely be wrought iron and glass as well. Okay.
It's slowly moving. There we go.
All right. You can see we brought back and accentuated the columns that were there to begin with. And we have that tile detail there. And where you see the dotted areas right by the top of the columns, they're actually textured stucco there just to give some shadows to it. There will be a wainscoting, and then the bank building ends where it's shown right there, and the new addition was made years later. So the idea is that we can have an opportunity to really think about the new design as opposed to just a rigid box. And what you'll see here is some of the windows that are broken up, hopefully steel windows. That little eyebrow that you see there, it actually starts from the surface of the wall, comes out, and it blends back into the wall itself. At the bottom, there's perhaps an Art Deco-like mural at the very bottom. And then you can see as the building steps back to the stairway, we have the same sort of detail there. On top, what you see at the very top of it is actually the elevator shaft, and to the right and to the left as well. And this is the last elevation. This is the service paseo. We kept with the same type of windows. There is an existing cornice there, which we would match on the new stair addition. And they would come right down to the ground with some landscaping at the very bottom. And hopefully some skyline palm trees, like the slow-growing king palms or something like that.
Thank you, Henry. And we have a couple of sections in here as reference as well through the building. So here again, State Street on the right-hand side with the entrance, the volume there, and then the opening in the middle with the pool. You can get a better sense of the pool deck, the roof, the maximum height, the 45-foot line and parapets, and then the drop in the roof deck as well, where the new bar structure would go. It helps give kind of the reference with the two stairs that go up to the pool deck. And then the new stair tower going from basement all the way up to the roof, primarily for just emergency egress. And then we mentioned the service elevator also in the back. So those are really the key kind of elements. We could probably talk another half an hour about various components to this. But certainly any questions that the commission has, we can kind of dig in that way. So this is our first concept. What we are doing now is with the comments we get from the commission, we can prepare the formal application, work with landscaping and civil. We have to do the maximum on stormwater on a very limited site, so we have to get creative with that. With the limited landscaping area we have in the back. So we'll be working closely with many of the departments to work through some of those technical complexities. But yeah, I just felt it was a great time to introduce the concept to you all and get some feedback. So unless I forgot anything, Henry,
I think you
pretty
covered
much our presentation.
All right, great. Thank you. So with that, this might be the first time you've ended with some time left over. That's good. You guys are good. You did a good job. Anyone from the room wishing to comment for public comment? Open public comment? All right. Seeing no one, can we go to virtual?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. If anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive any written correspondence, so back to the commission. Thank you.
All right, to the commission for questions. Who wants to ask questions?
Do you have, you don't happen to have the State Street and Canon Perdido elevations next to each other, or in a way we could see both of those together?
Yes.
Or maybe it's a rendering
I don't know that
perspective.
we do. Existing, I mean, we have the photos. Are you talking about proposed?
Yeah, I'm talking about proposed.
No, they're splits. I don't know if I can do a split view on this here.
I don't know what you're getting at, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can toggle.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was enough mass on the Canon Perdido elevation
Uh-huh.
because didn't want to bring that same design. We could have put another window too close to the corner, because then you would see the disjointment, I think, of the architecture. So we deliberately left that side blank that matches the other side as well, and we put everything else in the middle.
Yeah. And the canopy over the entry on State, how far does that project out?
About 8 feet.
Uh-huh.
It's doing that thing. Just trying to show you the existing,
Okay.
where the existing mansard is. That helps to kind of define the relationship of where
I
we're making
see.
the break,
Okay.
if that's helpful.
Okay. Other questions, Commissioner Jordan?
Mr. Chair, the spandrel panels at the top of the Canon Perdido elevation, I think you mentioned they were plaster. What are you thinking about for those panels? Are they simply blank? Or they have low sculptural relief, decorative pattern? What are you thinking about for them?
Well, at this moment, my thought, traditionally, you would have had some sort of a dragon or something like that. For the moment, the idea is that we can actually use that as a canvas in which we can block off some patterns, whether they're shields, whether they're lions, and so on, and then create a pattern. But the pattern would be subtle enough because it would be the same color of the building, but the thing that would be contrasting would actually be the texture.
Okay. Other questions? Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Butler.
That sort of follows up to my thought. There's a lot of white space here. I mean, a lot of white surface. And have you thought about integrating more color into the exterior somehow? I mean, I know you're working with an existing structure and all of that, but
I was tempted, but
I take that as a no.
No, it's not necessarily a no. I think to respond to your question, I did put that wainscoting at the bottom and introduce the color there. Yeah, because if you really stand back and look at the building, probably at a glance, it would tell the whole story. If we start breaking it up with a lot of color, which I try to sketch, you begin to lose the definition of the design on that. So that's the answer. And the same goes for the addition, the element in the back. There again, it's white on white, but different. And my thought, it would be very important to introduce something that was softer rather than just rectangles, and the eyebrows that you see there would do that. And they're large. They would probably project about 3 or 4 feet from the wall, and then they will go back and blend into the wall itself. Should be an interesting shadow that happens there. Additionally, the idea in my mind would be to actually round off, return bullnose, the jambs of the windows back into the window itself. And remember, we have a 12-inch wall there, so we do have the room to do that.
Okay. Other questions? Can you go to the historic photo for a minute of that side?
The historic?
Yeah, that's right.
Postcard.
Wish you were here.
Shaking things up.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So looking at the pilasters there on the left-hand side that you're bringing back, did you look at the Capitol comes to just above the window, and the base sits on a plinth, which you kind of have anyways, because you have the change in plaster in between. Did you look at holding that at least as a proportion and line, as opposed to reaching all the way up?
I did. In fact, if you look closely, and maybe you can't tell, but there were dentils, large dentils on top of that. did a sketch with the dentals and so on, it just became a little too contrived. And so the thought was, well, let's make this even more vertical than it is now and capture that beam that you see there above. Anyway, just to give more verticality to this. But
Okay. All right, any other questions? Oh, Commissioner
Thank you.
Ensberg.
So back to the elevations, please, the proposed. And you talked about a mural. Was that a mural with the?
Yes.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit, please.
well, my thought it would be fun to do the Bauhaus type mural, essentially. Now that can be made out of tile or it could be painted on the wall and so on. But the idea is that that mural would match some of the fenestrations, the windows that we have up there, because if you look at some of the architecture that was in the 1930s, I think, with the Art Deco, Streamline Moderne, and so on, their murals were very geometric, especially from the Bauhaus itself. Wassily Kandinsky and some of the others. So I thought, boy, this would be a good way to introduce something that is abstract, but yet it has some historical connections to the past. But anyway, that was just a sketch.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, to the commission for comments. Who wants to go?
I'll comment. I like it a lot, personally. I think it's quite interesting. I think that the long, continuous tile parapet needs some intermediate support, vertical supports maybe, but I could be talked out of that as well. But I think it'll bring a lot of life to State Street, potentially. Some people will say, why are you putting more hotels downtown when we need housing? But I think as a piece of architecture, it's quite interesting. Oh, regarding white, at one time, design review boards, both ABR and Landmarks Advisory Committee, were of the opinion that large buildings should be white or off-white, and that smaller buildings would be color. I mean, I don't know if that's discussed anymore, but that was a philosophy back 20, 30 years ago when I was on ABR and whatever, so.
Okay, other?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Vice Chair Houston and Commissioner Uli.
This time, I agree with Commissioner Landry. My only concern is that it seems like the front elevation is divorced from the side elevation. But I'm also realizing that there's a lot of line work there, and it's distracting from the fact that it's textural, it's just white plaster. And to that white plaster comment, it is the guide to painting buildings in Santa Barbara. This makes it very clear that large buildings should be white or off-white, so I think that is the appropriate way to go. The only thing I'm not sold on really is the tile mural, but we'll see how that evolves.
Is there some?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
Commissioner Uli, then Commissioner Ensberg.
Thank you. In general, I like the direction that you're going. I appreciate the nod to the history of the building and bringing some of those elements back. I'm unsettled about mixing the modern, the eyebrow, seems to be a very streamlined thing. I'm unsettled about the canopy in the front. Not quite sure how that seems very nouveau or something, and I'm not quite sure that fits within the guidelines. I'm sure that we will have plenty of time to haggle over the details, because that's where I think the building ultimately will be successful, is in how those are executed. But in general, I like the idea. I'm okay with how you're dealing with that back addition to get the elevator and the stair to work out. That seems to be nice and cool. I'm unsettled about, the tile mosaic / whatever that sketch is. But again, I think we'll sort that out as we go forward, but I like the direction.
All right. Commissioner Ensberg.
Okay, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I like it very much, and I really like the mix, all the art elements to it, the kind of quirkiness a little bit where, you know, I really like that introduction of those pieces. Love the white, always. You'll never have me complain about that. I like the canopy very much. So I really like it. I think it's great. And my only one thing, which we don't really get to comment about, is I noticed that the rooms on the interior do not have windows to them. So that is of concern to me. But other than that, I think it's a really nice job. Thank you.
All right. Other comments?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Butler.
Briefly, great start. I would support some of the comments and defer on housing versus hospitality. So I'll just leave that.
It's important.
But the one thing, I'm not an architect, so the one thing that did kind of jump out at me was the canopy in the front. And we've had other projects where we fought blood and sand over canopies, right? I mean, making them come back and come back. And that's a pretty ominous piece. So just, I think, be sensitive to that. I'm not saying you can't have the canopy, but scale it in. I think that was just one piece that jumped out at me. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. I'll tack a few on, so some of the things, I agree with most of the comments, with a few little tweaks, perhaps, but I'm very supportive of the project. I think it's a great start and really fantastic how you are bringing something back, but also taking a different take on it, which is nice. I was very much as well, the modern streamline feel, I think, is, I think the sort of, in my mind, the most you want to leave Spanish colonial revival, Mediterranean, the furthest you can get on the edge would be something like the post office, Reginald Johnson, where he's, Art Decoing, and our Santa Barbara meets Art Deco, and he's kind of pushing some of those boundaries on the edge, but he's still part of that pool. So I think, and he does it in a little bit more of a mechanized way. If you are pulling, I like the idea of the contrast of the two masses and the buildings, but I think it's just too modern and too streamlined from the left-hand side for the right-hand side. And then actually even in terms of the art, and just as an idea suggestion, somewhere in between as well, in the post office are those reliefs. I forget the artists that did them at this moment right now, but very young artists and incredible work. But it's in that 20s, 30s, where there is abstraction and some of that, which might lend itself to where you are going with it. So to Commissioner Lenvick's comment of the parapet, I agree there needs to be some sort of breakup. I'm wondering whether all you do is that you pull in the plaster in the corners to the first pilaster and then let the roof happen there or something like that. But a little, it's a pretty long strip of red roof. And then the last one would be on the, or one of the last ones would be on the, if you go to the historic photo for a minute, I appreciate the attenuation, but I think that you still need some meat. Now, looking at this historic photo, you can see all the entablature up there with the dentils at the top of it. That's basically about 1/3 of the total height almost. It's massive in terms of, that whole upper part above the pilasters, and even excluding the parapet wall above, but just the full entablature is almost half. It's like 1/3 or half of the column, the pilaster height. And you've gone to like maybe 1/10 of that, or 1/10 of the height. So maybe somewhere in between where you have an abbreviated frieze running across, or abbreviated architrave, or something abbreviated, so you get more of your attenuation that you want, and you can still have some of that that textured idea of the stucco. But somewhere in between the massive entablature and then your super minimalist entablature might be something to look at, and still give you some attenuation of those pilasters. So, and then the last thing was on the canopy. And I agree with the comments, beware the canopy that the other commissioners have echoed, because we have had a lot of trouble with metal and glass canopies. And I think that yours is probably the closest to, out of the gate, to being something that's in the right realm, because but it is Art Nouveau-ish, and it seems a little bit more of a high style than Santa Barbara. So maybe if there's a way of making it a little more Spanish and bringing it into our town a little bit more, which is a tough thing, but I think you can do it, and I think it could be really great if you pull it off. And then everyone else will complain, why can't we have our metal canopies? So any other comments? Otherwise, I'll summarize.
One thing, what do you think, looking at this photograph here, what do you think about the column base, I'll call it, that you see here?
Yeah,
Did
that
you-
sort of plinth.
Yeah.
So I think that you can still get attenuation. That was one of the last things. If you go to the pilaster, I forgot to mention that. I think you need some sort of a base in the pilaster. Whether you need to go all the way up, I think is not necessarily that you need it, but you're kind of gone Greek with no base. And
The intent is that, exactly.
Okay.
Is to go Greek?
Yeah,
That's
if you
the
could-
intent.
if you.
You can see it's already there anyway.
Yeah, it is going, yeah. But when you're fully expressing it, I think, and you've got your capital, and you've got your shaft, and you've got your entablature, I think visually it wants something as a base. Yeah, so giving it a base is going to be, I think, important. Any other comments? Okay. All right, so let me give it a shot at summarizing. And can we pull up the elevations while we're looking at larger? Okay. All right. Okay, so first comment is the commission is in general very supportive of the project, likes the direction it's going. So on the elevation, that's a Canyon Perdido elevation. For the building on the left to have, or to the, would it be south, southwest portion of the building to be less streamlined modern, to be more Spanish colonial revival Mediterranean per EPV guidelines, including the windows and the eyebrow. And a suggestion was made to look at the Reginald Johnson post office. My brain's melting. Okay, for the parapet wall, to study more plaster piers within the parapet wall, with the suggestion to look at bringing the plaster to the first pilaster, or another arrangement. The wrought iron canopy, or the iron and glass canopy at the entry, is too Art Nouveau in style, and to study it more with knowing that the commission is very sensitive about approving iron and glass canopies. The elevator shafts, any comments on those? That maybe the moldings on the Art Deco side will come in a little bit once it's not as streamlined. So the slight adjustment of the moldings on the Art Deco portion, or the southwest portion of the elevator shaft. Let's see. And then comment on the entablature. So the column capitals on the pilasters of the Canyon Perdido side should come down, with giving some space to the entablature, giving more space to the entablature. And then to add a base as well, for a plinth for the plinth and/or base for the pilasters to sit on. Let's see. And then another note that the details for this project will be very important to get right, but that the overall direction is very supportable. Okay. Anything else? All right.
Doesn't require a motion, does it?
No motion? Okay. So that's it. All right.
Thanks for
Thank
hanging
you.
around.
Yeah. Almost 7. All right. And the meeting is officially adjourned. And I'm sorry.